window closes without like having it saved up, it will work, but it didn't save or didn't bring back a faulty one that it missed. So yeah.
Can I bring pictures in? No, I can't. Okay.
Okay, I am launching back up, and should be right here with camera on, and streaming music.
Wow, look how bad this camera is. Someone talk. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah,
How did you get a haircut?
No, I just kind of fell out.
Oh, okay. Mine's too. I have to shave it off next week.
Also, I don't know what you're talking about, Will. You look fine. You look great. It's I feel like I'm in a 1995 business meeting, but like, you know, this is actually much better for me too.
Talk about this.
Oh
Yeah, maybe we should start using cameras again, so like Palm can see our emotions and our reactions and our shenanigans. And,
yeah,
like,
I have
we
like
are,
somewhere.
I think it'd be more in person, almost kind of like we're at the table, if in a way. It might be more fun for Tom even just not to look at like a cigarette smoking cat.
What the fuck? Oh, it's on my computer already.
Or I don't even know what Nick's from. I think it's from a video game.
No?
My what?
Icon.
I have no idea. I got it off Pinterest.
And Tom, I'm sorry, but you will be seeing me eating food through this session.
How dare you?
He got pizza. He's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. Alright, so without any further ado, losing any more time, let's hop right back in. Picking up from sort of where we last left off. Having spoken with one of Ankarel's Cobalt Soul curators in the Temple of the Mentor, you and your party were assigned to the task of finding out the intentions of a wizard in white robes and a serpentine staff that has been visiting the Cobalt Soul Library and is suspected of being perhaps a cultist of Zahir. The curators, who are Samaris, advised you to trail this individual and, if he means to cause trouble, apprehend him and hand him over to the hands of Ord. She requested that you report back to her once this individual's designs have been brought to light. You've, in turn, spent many noon hours staking out the Serpent Staff Wizard while conducting some of your own research on various subjects of the party's interest, which, by the way, Nick, you have your notes. If you want to bring those up this session, feel free. Once the intro is done, if you want to bring any of that up. We sort of took like an hour to go over our research. But once research was concluded, sometime into the evening, as the wizard was preparing to leave the library, Zeno, you approached the man and made an attempt at conversation. The wizard spoke in a Zemnian accent, expressed his frustrations at not having found what he was looking for here in the library, and became quite evasive once Zeno mentioned being from Xhorhas. Bidding Zeno farewell, the Serpent Staff Wizard made his way out of the library and hailed a nearby carriage and took to the streets. The party followed, and using a combination of Riot's hawk wallet-shaped bird's eye view and Julian's telepathic connection, the party managed to keep up with the wizard and arrived at the Scrolls Alcove, a stately apartment building on the border of the Sunken Bazaar, where this wizard seemed to reside, in the building to the southwest. While trying to figure out a plan, the party encountered another resident of these apartments, Zag, a brawny lizard folk of looming proportions wearing decorated black and red leathers and an ornamented helm. The party noticed this individual left his apartment door open and decided to break in and enter. While most of the party distracted Zag, Riot, you made your way inside and stole several items from within. And as events continued to unfold, eventually Nia succeeded in charming Zag, using her bardic magic to suggest he escort her and her friends to the Bowl of Judgment. The party made their way to the Sand Herald District, past Ankarel's Skyport and the International District, and entered the Sand Pit, the arena where combatants trained for this year's Grand Tournament. Within the Bowl of Judgment, the party met with the Maroon Six, who also expressed interest in winning the tournament, and now we're sort of continuing off our story as all of you take a moment to orient yourselves and amid these warriors and spellcasters throughout. So, face fortune. What would you like to do?
I just have one question before we start. Given the amount of time we took the last session, Riot would get out of his wild shape, essentially, which is a monkey at this point. And is it possible for us to be taking a short rest during this time while we're here with the arena?
As long as you stick to regimen for light activities, sure.
Walk around talking is okay?
Yeah.
Or no? Okay.
Yeah. As long as you're not getting yourself in trouble, any combat or anything exertive, right? Should be fine.
Riot's just going to stick next to Maggie and watch her. Of
Okay. As for the rest of you, what would you like to do?
Did anyone figure out if... I know we were going back and forth, but are we hard set on it's going to be one team versus another team while there's a wild animal or something? Did anyone figure that out? Or did they set the rules for that yet?
At the moment, it sounds like it's going to be individual participants all fighting for themselves, but it's possible that we could convince the arena owner or something. I don't know what you would call that person, to change it into team fights.
Ringmaster. So.
What I heard, that's what we heard from Maroon 5, 6.
Zeno, you're muted if you're talking, by the way.
I wasn't saying anything. I was
Okay.
listening to everybody.
Looking around, where's has anyone seen Galcerian or Cracks?
Hold up, let's back up with that
Okay.
because I don't know if Tom was going to share. It's mentioning me on mute. I thought that we did
he's right there.
spark a conversation with the ringmaster, essentially asking the same question. It seems like other characters, other people in this world have been also asking in terms of group combat. And last I understood it, it's up to us to sort of really set the precedent on how we want to do this. And you got something, Tom?
Yeah, and for the sake of expediency, you and I sort of talked about it at the end of the session, and we came to a sort of an agreement, more or less. You can correct me if you want to change any of these terms, but having talked to the Orc Ringmaster Sheet Kautor, sort of found over here, Nick, made the other Scarbearer-looking types and a tall elven individual with a beard. Anyway, they talked to the Ringmaster, and because there is time till the 22nd of Quintilar, you guys have about from the 9th to the 22nd. That gives you 12 days. You found out that the price to enter the tournament is 20 gold pieces per individual. Whether you fight as individuals or as a group, it's going to be 20 pieces each. And the tournament bracket can be shaped where teams of equal number face off against each other. One team versus the other, right? One team goes out and gets eliminated, and the other team progresses up the bracket and then faces off the winners of the other bracket. And if we're doing equal number here, that will put us at 4 teams all in all. You, the Maroon 6, and 2 other teams, sort of facing off each other on the first and second bracket. At each competition, there will be spectators as well who will wager on who will be winning the upcoming match. And Sheet Kautor, being an avid collector of monstrosities, and does enjoy spicing up the competition by introducing a new challenge each year. One of the challenges this year is indeed the sandworm, currently contained within an iron cage to the far west of this arena, being one of those surprises. many other factors that are unknown to the contenders, just for the sake of making it a good show. But you do know that the team to claim a accolade, this prize, will win the competition. How you claim that sort of changes year from year. Sometimes there's been like a race between two teams. Other times there's been awarded to whoever is last standing. There's different conditions every year, sort of thing, and they're keeping that secret to let you prepare for what you can prepare, which is judging, looking around this competence and seeing who's capable of doing what and what you need to prepare for. But the challenge itself is secret, more or less. And lastly, although most bouts end with one participant yielding to or like falling unconscious, death is always a possible outcome in the Bowl of Judgment. Yeah. That's sort of what you were going for, Zeno? The team fight rather than individuals?
Yeah, no, I think that is a good recap of
Mm-hmm.
exactly where we left off a week ago.
Yeah. The key thing you have to take away from it is if you're doing teams, they have to be of equal number. So you guys can decide amongst yourself who wants to participate, and if anybody wants to sit this one out for any reason. Because the more of you are in a team, the more individuals you'll be fighting against.
Is there any one of us that would want to sit up? Surely all 5 of us would go.
I mean, if it's needed to, I'm not much of a damage person, so I could sit out.
No,
if
no,
needed.
no. Definitely
wait,
very useful.
I'm curious though. Why can't we fight with 5 though?
You can.
You can.
Oh, well, let's
I'm just
fight
saying,
with
if you fight with 5, you'll fight against 5. If you fight with 4, you'll fight against a team of 4. Shade is very much into the sportsmanship of fairness, right? That's all I'm saying. So your team size will dictate the challenge.
Yeah, it's 5-5 then.
Cool.
That's fair. That means everyone can participate and don't have to sit on the
Yeah.
sidelines.
Mhm.
That's what I was thinking. Just enter our whole team in.
Just make sure Megan would like to do it as Naya as well.
You guys have 12 days to figure it all out.
Yeah, we have a lot of time. We still have a lot of errands to do and a lot of shit to go through. So that was talked to with the ring master, and then he's still deciding, or do we need to convince him still, you said?
No, Zeno did a pretty good job
That's
of,
what it was. Okay.
giving him incentive to do that, and Maggie was sort of from the same vibe, so Maggie suggested it, Zeno suggested it, clearly teams are up for it. That idea sort of has been spread thanks to Zeno among the other combatants, and they're much more eager to take the chances with teams rather than 1v1. So alliances are being formed as you guys are talking.
Okay. Well, I'm able to lend any support as best as I can. If there's a wild card thrown at us, such as a sandworm or any other kind of monster, it'd be a little bit more difficult. But
I'm sure we'll be fine.
If we have spells that cause tremor, we can use that to our advantage because we know when we move he attacked us. So if someone has the tremor ability, put it underneath the enemy's team feet, might attack them over us.
I think I can cause small tremors.
That's an interesting idea. This iron cage that the sandworm is currently in, the ground is also made of iron. It's literally just like an iron box with bars in front of it.
Correct.
Interesting.
That worm do be mad. That he do.
Oh,
He makes
also,
Probably.
Melina would notice that the mages are actually creating boards between the arena and the stands. Don't know if that was covered.
It wasn't.
Good.
Looks
Right.
like what?
I'm giving people like the opportunity to, walk around, discover for themselves, ask questions and all that. It just,
Well, as Melina's asking, like, what wards?
Yeah.
I'm trying to catch
Everett,
up.
right?
Okay,
So-
I'll I won't be coy. As you're looking around, Melina, you being an Arcanist, you see these statues throughout? Like various statues? They're all throughout the arena. And as your eyes are cast up the 25-foot wall and towards the statues, you can see a few members of the Allegiance of All Sight, these mages, act in coordination with this individual at the center of the arena. As he conducts essentially a long, like hours-long ritual spell, empowering these statues with some sort of a warding charm. And they're inscribing these sigils upon the stone, then let that sigil sink in and place another sigil, connecting this like web of like arcane runes upon each and every statue, with the central figure of yonder sort of coordinating them all.
I would guess it would just have to be for protection. Keep whatever's in here out, away from the fans, but...
The really powerful spellcasting he's doing.
If anything, it will remind me the same. That was the ward that was around the Cerulean Palace that I ran into. God, that hurt.
So for you, Nick, because you were in there in that session, when Will was flying, scouting the city and stuff, he took a shortcut like above the palace, and as he did, he like mid-flight collided with like an invisible force that almost like took out his wing.
Yeah, okay.
And just repelled him off. Just like, yeah.
Well, the city does house great mages, and I'm sure they'll be useful everywhere. And I'm sure whatever, rather than leaving something to chance into an open sky, probably protected, so we'll be stuck in here.
One thing to hear about great magics and another thing to actually see it, though. I mean...
I've performed great magics, Julian. What are you saying? I literally bent time.
Of course, Melina, of course, for sure. Your magics are awesome.
Fucking eyes flaring. Okay.
Just, you know. Earthquake Scroll, Ward. These wards that they're casting on the palace and around this arena must be of, similar caliber as that scroll. You don't really see Arcanists who can cast, spells that complicated every day.
No, not every day, and there's much to learn from them. It's glad to see that they're using their magic to protect the people, though, too. Well, we do have a little bit of a leg up, though, because we understand the worm a little bit, but that's not to say no one can just go to their local library and read a book.
Right.
But we have at least a little bit of an advantage. We'll have to put a strategy plan in the next 2 weeks.
Is Riot not a part of this conversation? Out of character?
No, Riot is. He's just off to the
okay.
side. I just put him there so I don't have to move him there later. He's just sitting around talking.
Okay.
That's all Riot is doing.
Go ahead.
Just a general reminder, map is here so we're not bored staring at nothing at the launch screen all day. But if we're not in combat, it's all theater of the mind, so whenever people are discussing things in party, there's no need to, like, take the map literally, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
I was thinking, on the day of the arena, assuming they don't immediately release that sandworm at the start, you think you could burn it up before it's even released?
Entire sandworm? I don't think so.
Not
That's
the
not
entire sandworm, but what about its cage?
Burn? What do you mean?
Are you asking if I could heat up metal?
Yeah.
I could heat up metal, yeah, but I don't know if the ground itself is iron or if it's iron sand. Like, it depends on what the material is. I mean, if you want to go check it out, that sandworm looks very friendly.
You want me to inspect the metal? I'm not like a forge smith or anything. I don't know different types of metal from one or another.
What would be your goal, Julian? Like, why even heat it up?
Just to weaken it before it even enters the arena.
But why? I'm trying to
Because it's a
understand.
dangerous...
to follow your
Because it's a
strategy here.
Because it's a dangerous creature and it'll be easier to kill if we weaken it first.
It could be a good plan if we can contain it within the cage, but this is also a ring. The ringmaster probably may not like that. He wants to introduce it for show and sport. A little bit of, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
We're trying to show that we're honorable here from the Scarbarrows, for our hunters of beasts and slayers and creatures. If
We are?
We try to. They seem that way. But if we try to do something that is against their rules or their design, it's seen as perhaps an underhanded tactic. And they seem to be very much about honor in this arena. So if we go against honor, we could, I don't know, rub someone's fur the wrong way.
Well, we still have 2 weeks to figure out a strategy and see what other kind of creatures or abominations they're going to unleash on us as well, not just the sandworm. And if we make it to that as well, there seems to be some pretty capable fighters here. Even the Maroon 6, they're growing in strength as well.
Right, will snicker
Yeah.
to himself. Right, will snicker to himself and be like, "I'll be abomination that day too." Hee hee hee.
But looking around, I don't see Galceriad anywhere, and he's a vital part of their team. I think he would be here training.
He probably thinks this is beneath him. Bunch of people getting sweaty, running around and stuff. That's my guess.
You're not wrong, but
He
it's
turns his
also
nose. Sorry.
well, it's also a way to show his power, and I think he would like to have that a little bit.
He does turn his nose down though at everybody who's not an intellect. I mean, everybody that we've talked to here aren't on the same level exactly as you and him, perhaps. They were a little bit more up for fighting rather than maybe in intellectual ways. So Riot will point over to the couple of spellcasters that are there. They might be interested in some sort, but I don't understand them.
Well, his arrogance is enough to fill this entire stadium, but it's also a way to show his dominance as well, to show that he is strong and capable, that he's smarter than everyone. And then while saying that to everyone, and keeping that to the group, I'd walk over to Ao and
Before you do that, Riot's going to grab your arm for a second and pull Melina back and be like, whispering quietly so Io doesn't hear. Just so you know, that spear, she's not good, and it's similar to the sword that I had, but different in its own way. I saw she was torturing some orcs that were pissing her off earlier, and when the weapon cut the skin, the blood didn't go away. It went into the spear and the ruins, and then by the cloth by where she holds it in her hands, the blood seemed to seep into there. It does not seem like a positive blade. You might notice something different about Io. Just be aware, be on guard slightly.
turning an ear to like lean into, she would hear what you're saying, and then, since I wasn't here last time, did you notice anything? Would you say it's like a Ruidus like kind of feature that she has, like something?
Did you show me the book about all of the old things left over by the calamity of those weapons and stuff?
Yeah, I would have shared all that stuff. There's nothing to
May I,
hide.
Tom?
Yeah, go
Well,
for
I'm
it.
asking, does her spear, like, is there anything Ruidus born to it, like the crystals or anything with it, or is it just a normal, like, magical looking spear? Is what I was curious was.
From the description of what I've read over the shoulder in the book, looks like it could be the Ruder spear. The one of Grouch.
Well, that would be a mighty weapon to hold, even for someone of, not saying she's not deserving of such a thing, but even that would go unnoticed in such a large city.
But
To have.
but if you think about it, the Vermilion Dream crap, I don't have a name. The people of Sentinels of Memory. They're trying to bury the past so they could just pass it off as a normal weapon. She might not know what it is exactly. And from the book you showed me, those weapons, while they are mighty, they are dangerous, and they hold a very difficult pact for those that actually hold the weapons.
If she's not aware of the even power, that's even more dangerous. And to have something like that within the Vermilion Dream, it's only a matter of time until that's used for worse things than fighting in a pit.
I just wanted you to be aware.
I appreciate it. I'll have to speak from her to afar. I'll keep my distance from her then and just kind of wave her down and, raising an arm, yelling her name, Io, or Ao, excuse me. Catching her attention. Gelsariad, I don't see him around here. Seems to be such an important piece of your team. If you plan on entering, I thought he would join.
Yeah, he'll be joining us at a later time, says Ayo. He's taking a little stroll all around the city, around his district. One of the shops caught his eye. A little place called Gilmore's Mini Mart.
Hold on. Gilmore's Mini Mart.
I want to go there. It sounds fun.
If I can inquire, what kind of mini mart does it? What does it hold?
Arcane items, magical and otherwise.
Oh, I was just looking for another arcane shop. I should check it out. Where was this place?
It's a few blocks away from here. You would have to ask the guards around. I'm still familiarizing myself with the city, but I think, and she points at a section on your map approximating general location of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and it seems to be maybe like a mile off from the within the international district, maybe like a mile off from the skyport.
I'll make sure to ask around as I look for it. A mile off from the skyport.
Well, your group is shaping up quite nicely. I can see that you've grown and getting stronger. You as well.
I'm glad you see that.
It'll be quite a fight.
Been working really hard to prove that we're much more than the initial nobodies we started with. We're really shaping up to have a name for ourselves.
I wouldn't say you guys were nobodies at the start.
Wow.
You've always been very impressive in many ways. Your group as a whole.
Thanks.
You saved us. You saved us a few times, and there are very few. The saving Regis we couldn't have done without you. And you distracted the dragon when we went to Betrayer's Rise. If it wasn't for you going in first, we probably would have been fried to a crisp immediately.
Yeah, it's wondrous, isn't it? How many things can be solved with violence?
Well, it's one way of looking at things, but it does overcome most obstacles.
I've learned it's a very direct way of resolving issues.
Talking about it can also resolve issues as well, the way that Naya to the dragon. We didn't have to finish it with violence that time.
No, you only had to utilize that, and she points towards the jewel of 3 pairs. So you still have it, huh?
Still here with us, yes. Trying to find more secrets out and delve into this mystery that we've all kind of journeyed on.
Wonderful. I wish you all the luck with it.
I'll
Can you roll an insight check on her when she said that?
To what?
Meaning, like, good luck with that? Like, good luck finding out information? Or was there, like, maybe, like, her, like, with a small smirk as if we might be taking it from you, or we're going to look at taking it from you, given with the change of her demeanor and the bond with the spear?
Roll me an insight check.
11.
With an 11 insight? I mean, there's still a shadow of Your prior friendship still lingering there. She does take into account a few weeks you guys spent together in in company rather. But when she says that, I mean, you're already sort of picking up on that with gut feeling that there's a little bit of a stink to it, where she's still recovering from the pride wound that was losing the jewel to you guys, and then not being sort of the main heroes of this journey, right? Still recovering her pride from that and trying to work her way around it, trying to find alternative ways to earn her way to the top, sort of thing.
Is Aloysia here in the city? Julian's asking Ao.
No.
You never saw her in a Vermilion Dream?
We saw her when we first arrived, but not for quite some time.
Where'd she go?
She never told me.
But you're certain she left the city?
I'm not certain if anything. I'm sorry, Julian. Dot lot, they deal in secrets and veil themselves in it. I wouldn't want to lie to you.
Okay.
This sunken city that we've been hearing about, have you heard anything about it? Have you ventured in there? It sounds like a really good adventure.
Yes, it is quite beautiful. If you get a chance, I recommend you visit it. It offers quite a sight and opportunity too. We've been there already a few times.
Is there anything to be aware of, or is it really all in water?
Yes.
Son of a bitch.
It's not a problem for me, though. She just flicks her hair and you can see what you thought was sweat, but it's actually just like her essence of moisture flicking off, her being a water genocide.
How do the rest of your companions prepare for going under there?
Whatever means, magical or otherwise, means of breathing underwater, items that grant us such things. We've really worked hard to establish a base of operation, jobs here, put our skills to test, earn the goal to then further propel ourselves. We don't have the jewel, but there's few things that violence and coin does not resolve. And what is an adventure if not a violent entity imposing its will upon the world?
If you don't mind me asking, how did you get through the excavation site? There's scar bearers and only certain personnel with badges can enter.
Badges?
A smile from Melina, knowing that obviously you didn't go through the front door.
I wouldn't lie to you, Melina. Not after all we've been through. You just have to go out and trust me that we have our means. I mean, you don't. I suppose if a system is established in place and you don't have primary access to said system, there are other ways of cheating it. She opens up she shows you like the inside of her wrist, and you can see tied around her wrist, semi-hidden in the tight clothing that she's wearing, in the cuff is a shiny badge with like the symbol of the allegiance on it.
Wall site?
Yes. Like the singular eye, very much mirroring the eye of a Yoon, but like a sister faction of you. Like, you've seen this symbol before. It's sort of the same badge that you saw Prolix flash in Bazan. And she has one.
If she flashes it really quick or so, is there like a name on these badges to help identify it?
No name, just a symbol.
Straight badge.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very similar to like the front of your passport, if you will, like embezzled with the symbol and stuff. Just that there's nothing to open. It's just a cop's badge, if you will. So almost just doesn't fold outwards, but like just presents, you know?
Yeah.
Have you
Well, I need
been
to make a
working
note of
with
this.
them? Or, because I thought I heard Maggie say that something seemed wrong with them earlier.
We've certainly branched out our options, and we've tried to dip our toes into every waters, and used every avenue to our advantage. But at the end of the day, While I try those avenues, not everybody in our party agrees. And Maggie seems to suspect that they are up to no good. There's something sinister about their organization, and I somewhat agree. Besides, our patrons pay us much more and have been proving much more reliable when it came to sharing of knowledge toward our goal.
Well, then, perhaps we're the ones who are in the wrong line of work or so. Don't mind me asking, who do you work for? You could always use the funds and, like you said, spread out as well. Spread our wings.
Aloysia introduced us to a few friends who hold similar interests in Elixion and the city below, and this Ruidium. But unlike the Allegiance, who seek to contain it and study it in secret away, these people, they have a special appreciation for it and grand plans. Of course, as long as people are not harmed, I care little for size. It's just a matter of who pays more and who brings more glory, and we're shaping up to be quite the heroes. Is the general vibe of what she's saying? Yeah.
I just wanted to confirm.
Did she share? Sorry, I came in a little bit late here.
Sup?
She shared that the consortium has grand plans. Is the vibe? Is that the vibe?
She said that the Lodge introduced them to a few friends, perhaps the consortium, and that these people are also hold interest in this Ruidium element, just as the whole city does, this new element. But it seems that every faction sort of handles this situation differently. The more she's talking about it, they sided with the consortium because they tried to side with the Cobalt Soul, and they just mean to destroy it, which is just in Ao's words, is just ignorant for them to do. Just destroy a thing before you even researching it. The Allegiance fall side is compromised from multiple fronts, so working with somebody who's compromised is not really in Ao's books. It's not very smart. Maggie thinks it's not very tactful, etc. So there's been sort of a schism of opinion, but a majority of people agree that working with Allegiance should only go so far as to acquiring these badges, etc. And Aloysius' friends seem to be more keen with working with this Ruidium in the open and sort of working with it and around it, discovering its properties. But if I'm being vague, it's because AO's being vague as well. I mean,
yeah,
you get the vibe that, like, as much as she would love to, perhaps she was like sworn to secrecy a little bit.
Maggie even said that there were things they can't say to us.
It's about trust and loyalty and all that. I'm sure you know what that means.
Julian nods his head with what Ao was saying about the Allegiance's goals and says, I don't necessarily disagree with the Allegiance's point of view that it should be studied and contained. We know that there's something dangerous down there in that ruined city, the Netherdeep. It would be a big problem if that were to escape entirely and come back up here to the surface. It's not wrong to want to try and contain it. Maybe if things had gone differently, we'd also be allied with the Vermilion. It's just a shame that Aloysia did what she tried to do.
It's not very fair to judge an entire faction based off one person. I mean, I don't do that with you guys and you, Julian. If I judge this entire party by your actions, well... But I digress.
My actions.
I simply mean that one should not project the actions of one person onto an entire group. I think we are all different individuals with different desires, goals that unite us sometimes. Sometimes we form into these parties united in a goal, but we're all individuals, different, with different set of skills. Take Kalsari, for example. Our newest addition to our party has proved quite useful as of late, and I do not regret having him in our party, but I think both when you and I can agree that he is not the easiest person to get along with. you wouldn't judge our entire party just on him alone. Same goes for Aloja.
And judging the
Perhaps.
consortium, that's what you're saying? Shouldn't judge the entire consortium based off of Aloysia?
I would have loved nothing more than to see you all work side by side with us toward this common goal. And to have the jewel.
Okay. Let's talk about individuals. I'm curious, how do you feel about what Aloysia, the individual, did? We're in that chamber. Right before she teleported. She meant to kill us. What are your thoughts on that? And I'm trying to gauge her AO's sort of, I don't know if it's insight, but just try and gauge where their alignment really is. Meaning, do they care that malicious activity was happening? Things along those lines. That's why I'm asking these questions.
What specific malicious activities do you mention to AO, for example?
Well, Aloysia straight up was about to bury all of us. You know, this entire group here under Earth, left to death.
And where is she now? Perhaps this is the reason why she no longer works with the consortium. Because of that rash action.
She's no longer
Sometimes.
part of the consortium.
Oh, so she no longer works with the consortium.
I only have theories, same as you.
Well,
My
we have
wheels are
no
turning.
theories. Yeah, we have no theories. We're just trying to make sense of what happened and what we know now. This is the first that at least I've heard. Aloysia is somewhere else.
In the underground city, apparently. Either looking for it or already there. Probably already there.
I doubt that she would go far alone. Without the support of her faction. As far as I'm concerned, she's out of the picture, and we stopped looking for her a long time ago. I suggest you do the same. Save your energy. Do something else.
I don't want to say that we were looking for her. It was more like, I don't know. I mean, bringing up the past, that happened. It was good to talk through it and see where the five of you stand, minus Galceriad.
Seeing it seems like there's like a little bit of tension and like everything like kind of gauging each other. I personally don't have anything more to say, so I would just, make eye contact and smile with each one of them.
As
Put my
you
hands in my robe.
do that, and you let like the silence linger a little bit, you look at Ao once more, and you notice that she doesn't maintain your eye contact. Instead, her eyes like dart toward her spear, and she seems to like shush it. And then like look back at you.
Mm-hmm. I just give a smile and like a still like a little bit of the squint of the eyes, like when you smile, and pretend like I didn't notice it.
Okay. Her eyes like linger towards Zeno and toward the jewel worn around his neck.
I have
I
it.
think Lena has it right now.
Yeah, toward Melina and toward the jewel worn around her neck.
I have nothing else for them. If anyone else does.
Eventually, she'll fold her arms and turn back toward Irvin and Sylvana, the Flameblade, who are just about finished their dueling bout. All the while, you see Maggie is ushering commands and suggestions and battle tactics and trying to fix Irvin's posture, his strikes, and you see little Dermot is trying his best to hold on to his blessing spells, chanting his prayers to Luxon. as they focus back on this duel. On the other side of the arena, Kraxus is fighting two monks in those cobalt blue robes. One of the monks has their hands wrapped around in this like bright white, sizzling with electric energy, like hand wraps, and the other one is wearing like a rice hat and channels magic to summon for like a flying snake familiar to like strike at Kraxus' axe. Other competence throughout arena, all throughout as this is all going on, and you guys get a moment to recollect your party. And what would you like to do?
Well, as Ao's about to walk away, Julian's gonna step forward and say one last thing.
Yes. What is it?
The day of the arena. I'm sure both of us would like to see each other at the end. I know teams are only supposed to work within ourselves, not with each other. And he's like saying this quietly, but we won't raise blades at you if you don't raise blades at us.
From what I've heard, that's not going to be an option. And that sounds awfully boring, I'm not going to lie to you. There can be only one winning team, and I certainly don't intend on letting my team down. I am the de facto leader of this adventuring group. I want to see them all succeed. We enter this competition wanting to win, and that means that if we see you in the second bracket, well, if you won't strike first, I will.
Alrighty then.
Nah, I'm just kidding. Of
Let's
course,
see you then.
we won't raise so. We won't raise a blade against you. No, of course. You have my word.
Of course. See you day then. Day up.
What's exactly the plan there, Julian?
See ya.
I mean, if we're in a tournament and we're in competition with each other and we're scheduled to fight each other, what are we gonna just draw?
I didn't realize that we like teams sort of like take turns fighting in the arena. I thought we were all gonna go in there at the same time. It would be like a massive brawl with also a bunch of monsters going in at the same time.
No.
My God, that would be so much work for the DM.
That would be
Running three different teams.
quite
It's
a
up to you
brawl.
guys. What Zeno discussed
That's
with me,
too
he
much.
wanted brackets. He wanted
Brackets.
two teams facing off each other, two teams facing off each other. The winner of each match faces off one another for a final. So it's like a double elimination sort of thing.
That would be a 2 or 3 session slog if we had all 4 teams and the wild cards thrown in.
Show doggo.
What?
Show doggo.
What's show doggo?
What's Showdown?
Oh, is that your cat or your dog?
It's
but
great.
yeah, it's your cat. Nice. Cute.
No, it's fun.
But essentially 2 brackets, right? Or if you guys, I figure that's how Nick says it would be too much work for me if it was like just a free for all.
I think
can't-
brackets is the best way.
Yeah,
personally.
I can do it. However you guys want it. You guys have persuasion on your side, but
It-
you have 12 days to decide.
Yeah, I think brackets is best. I'm gonna be a little
Hmm.
sort of outside the table here. I can only imagine having to play 20 plus characters per round, and as Nick said, that'd be like two or three sessions to get through. You get a turn every 45 minutes. It's too much. It's too much. So
I feel it.
brackets, I think, makes the most sense. Otherwise, you could get teams who sort of cower in the corners and choose not to fight, letting the heavy hitters brawl. I think that we should engage team versus team head on.
Julian-
To be
Go
honest,
ahead.
I feel like the finale of the last 2 teams fighting might be fighting the teams plus.
Yeah.
I feel
Possibly.
like it's going to go like.
Maybe.
I think Julian does bring up a good point, though, is that if it is to end in us versus whatever else team, if it is the Maroon 6, because they are growing strong, that if we do team up to take the Sandworm together, and then we have our little bout to see who is the strongest, we might could appeal to them in that way.
We'll see how she truly feels when she comes time.
Yeah.
Possibly. I feel like a competition's a competition. If we're in there to fight, then we should fight. That's just my view.
Yeah, I would just keep it brackets then.
I think we're all in agreement. I think Julian was just confused about the format of the competition. That's why he brought up the whole.
I thought.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like multiple teams are fighting each other, and there's also going to be like a bunch of monsters in there at the exact same time fighting, causing chaos. And I was thinking like, well, what if we just choose not to fight each other and focus on the other teams first until we're the last two standing? But if we're doing brackets, then that's not a thing that can happen.
Then do that. You'll be all fighting in the same time in the same arena. Just pair it up. If you want to go outside of your pair, go for it. The only thing about, if you're fighting one team versus another, one team versus the other on the other side of the arena, and one team then turns toward a second team, well, now you're fighting two teams. You're fighting the ones you were initially fighting, and now you're fighting the guys you just attacked.
Right.
That's the only thing you have to consider. But again, you guys have 12 days to figure your stuff out. That all being said, anybody here wants to do anything else in the arena?
Yes. However, I don't want to take a super lot of time so we can do this behind the scenes and everything. But since we've spent some time here and everything, we're looking around, we're gauging the competition. I know this might be just a little bit of work for you, or if not, it's totally fine too. Could we get the people who are teaming together, just a little stat info block on them, be like, oh, this guy, Zag, I can see him over there. He seems pretty brutish, and his partner seems to be wielding this and that, just so we can kind of gauge the competition slightly.
Ready?
Oh, that was the last session.
Cool.
Oh, well then I'll just find out. Just send me the info and
no, I'll say it now because it wasn't last session. People did not do that last session, so I'll do it now. So in terms of Fate's Fortune, you have Melina rides, Juliania, making it 5. There are the Scarbearers, which is one team. You see Zag over yonder, this enforcer-looking type.
Legends.
No.
Connected.
But
okay.
It's just I'm sure Renekton has similarities.
Yeah.
This gladiator of massive proportions, towering over 9 feet, and sort of hunched over. Pure brute muscle. Sort of mentioned last session that he did not really use magic in open when people were observing him dueling with the other two, but he can certainly take 2 people at the same time. He bashed into orc skulls against the wall when he first entered. You see he has a bunch of spears for a little bit of range, but his main weapon is a large, round, spiked shield, and this what would be a 2-handed axe for you, he just wields with one hand. Throughout his fighting, you can see he is trained with parrying with a shield and the axe, and following up with an attack, sort of shelling up. Seems the brave brute type, not easy to intimidate or shake his resolve, and quite meaty. Strong. Strength is less dexterity, more brawn on this individual, and if you want to stat constitution and strength, think barbarian without rage.
Yeah.
All right. Next we have Marinus. Marinus is the Minotaur over yonder. Marinus, from what the party has found out, is the right hand to the leader of the Scarbearers, as well as a skilled tattoo marker and horn carver. The horns are runic, and you being an enchanter of an arcanist, you would recognize these as arcane symbols. This some sort of a magical function for sure. And he seems to be, his weapon of choice are 2 skirmisher axes to either side, who have also been magically enchanted. One seems to be constantly on fire, and the other one as well, but the flame is orange on one side and there's blue flame on the other side. No shield, no armor, just bare chested. We have Sylvana the Flameblade over yonder, this half-elven woman with flame-breathed hair and an equally flame-breathed sword, who Xeno last session sort of identified to be a profane soul blood hunter. Blood hunters who have, in order to hunt monsters and such and do their job, have communed with fiends to essentially commune with a lesser evil to defeat a greater evil. Her sword has these like runes upon it, these infernal runes that you, Melina, would be able to sort of not so much read, but recognize them as runics of the infernal. She's drawing her magics from the lower planes of the Nine Hells. There are other Scarbearers here, but people did not really absorb them fight yet. They're sort of hanging out in a half crescent toward the northern side of the map here. You can see a Loxodon with like a large mace, but doesn't seem to be interested in fight more in absorbing and arbitrating this arena, right? There's a sage here. There is this snake-skinned looking lady over yonder. With her sword sheath. Didn't see her in combat, so I'll just move right along. The Maroon 6 you're already familiar with, and then there are like sort of the underdogs. This individual over yonder, who the party first saw, is a race that you would know as Ologs. They're of orc blood, but more stockily built. Think like the Uruks from Lord of the Rings, where like there's orcs and then there's like the big boys. This is the big boys. He and his little two lackeys over there, with like the symbol of like grooms just sort of like painted in like blood prints over their armor.
Wait. They have the symbol of grooms like on their armor. That's okay. It's just fine. No one cares.
Yeah.
Huh.
And then you see this little frog person looking buddy over here with a snail helm, a double-ended weapon of some sort. Center looking folk in the middle of the map, whose main strength seems to be like mobility, and outflanking seems to be built more for dexterity than brute strength, but seems to be a capable warrior. I also have this token for him, actually. I should probably use that, but yes.
Yeah.
So, just from visual, make your judgments, right?
Who's this otherworldly guy?
Okay, so seems to be some sort of the chanting occult type. Dressed in these black robes and wreathed in purple flame. He seems to be channeling out of his hand, conjuring out an ethereal hole from which this tentacled arm rives with immense range and whips toward the druid-looking little gnome woman on the other side of the duel there, who seems to be specializing herself in summoning these plant... I won't say blights, but more like rosy and flowered, sort of to flavor her cheerish, giggling demeanor that she seems to be embodying throughout this entire fight. So it's sort of like a yin-yang situation of two casters going on here. But yeah, this looks like this.
It looks hardcore.
Yes. And he's chanting and he's speaking in what you heard before is the words are like very much like abyssal. Harsh, some channeling chaotic magics and such. So that's general vibe of the arena you're getting here. You see a knight riding like a giant spider that's been like sort of crawling and utilizing the walls for his advantage and like casting like webs throughout.
Okay. I thought it was a Drider, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, how are they allowing these creatures above here to be
It is a drow knight on a giant spider.
Okay, but it's not a Drider.
No, it's like literally like this guy on top of like another token.
Makes sense now.
And last but not least, sort of skulking the edge of the arena in the shadows, right by the cage of the worm, you might have noticed this golem-looking individual, this hunched-over wretch with missing teeth and a scraggly like beard and unkempt hair, sort of throwing stones into the cage and taunting the worm, all the while giggling madly to himself, is this individual yonder.
He seems unbathed.
He does. He flies around him shit that he like now and then just like sort of like catches and like munches on.
Oh god.
Seems feral.
Watch him be a druid. Those rocks that he's throwing are actually going to be lethal during the event.
Shenanigans.
You just turn into giant boulders coming at you.
Mm.
Okay,
It's just
that
enchanted
helps
with
me.
magic.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
In the mix of all of this, I want to challenge Sylvana
Sure,
to some sparring.
sure.
Non-lethal, just to gauge abilities.
She welcomes the challenge. She herself seems still in shape. Irvin is like dying, out of breath, sweaty. Dermot is just like trying to steady him, and like heal him a little bit, heal his bruises. You know, Maggie's giving that dose of like tough love a little bit, giving into that, you know,
Suck it up.
coach approaches you, tells you did a good job, pats you under the shoulder sort of vibe. You want to approach Sylvana the Flameblade, which is this individual over yonder. Sure. A bout that you will, with pleasure, take your challenge. So she, do you want to like see her capabilities with an actual battle? I don't mind doing that. Doing this.
Yeah,
Sure.
And we don't have to like get into the round by round, but essentially what I imagine happening is as she wore down I forget it, not Dermot, but
Irvin?
Irvin, thank you. She wore him down. I'll sort of step up, and noticing that she has this flame blade, I absolutely recognize that. What I'd like to do is pull out my rapier, and sort of as I pull it out, slice it across the palm of my hand, covering it in blood, invoking my crimson right of lightning, so that it is sort of the way her sword is flaming now. I have a lightning aura to my blade, and I challenge her.
She curses under her breath, which you, Melina, recognize as an infernal word for like damn. Now this is more like it. Well, let's get to it. Can you please there's no save on this, never mind. Do you want to roll me initiative?
Sure.
This never mind.
What's up?
I wanted to ask, but this magic that this guy over here is using, does it feel familiar or look familiar in any way? Even though I can't speak Abyssal, is there anything else to it? Does it feel like he's using warlock magic?
It doesn't feel like he's using any psionics like you would.
Okay.
Like, because you're warlock of the what?
Explain.
Your subclass for your warlock is what?
Explain.
Explain. Sorry, I thought you asked me explain. He doesn't seem to be channeling a weapon like you would, not using a living weapon like you would, and he's not using psionics. He's more like summoning tentacles out of like an abyss orb.
Right.
His other hand is holding this like burning brazier that seems to writhe its flame around his hand and an aura around the cuff of his cloak, and it's like his version of like a mage armor, if you will.
Gotcha.
If he is using warlock magic, I mean, like, it's hard to tell from here. It's not like he's communing with his warlock as he's with his patron as he's casting his spells. He seems more like a magus of some sort. But that being said, let's go ahead. I almost said like jump to this episode of Critical Role for some reason.
Curious, would Zeno want to do this completely on his own, or would he like, you know,
He challenged her
assistance
to a
from
duel.
far away? No, I'm saying like, would he want some like help just in case?
If he
No.
wants some,
It's
he
your
can
call.
Okay, just making sure.
telepathically ask me.
No,
It's your call.
I would have made it very clear. I want to challenge fellow blood hunter. Test my merit against her merit.
Yeah, that's cool.
Cool. So she rolled 19, you rolled 18.19. For her first action, she's gonna hex you. So she places, sort of weaving her magic, she draws before her a runic circle of like infernal runes that are set on fire mid-air, and then she pushes it forward real quick, and it just brands across your chest. While she's concentrating on this, she places a curse on you. Until that curse ends, she will deal extra necrotic damage to you whenever you are hit by her attack, and she chooses Constitution as your weekend ability. The target has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability. If the target, you know how Hex works. Hex.
Gotcha.
I'm just this spell. There we go. Alrighty, and that's gonna be her action. And she will maintain a defensive position while waiting for you to approach.
So she just hexed me. I'm just standing there. Okay.
I mean, took her
So
time to
looking-
cast the spell, yeah.
Yeah, looking down. Alright, so she put a hex on me. I mean, if you're just standing there, I'm gonna shoot the crossbow. I'm gonna shoot the hand crossbow at her. Regular ammo. I mean, all three shots.
Okay.
So 15, 23, 19, all three.
23 and 19 hit. She ricochets the first bolt, leaving herself exposed as the two.
But that's not lightning. Sorry. I just want to clarify. The Crimson Right is on the rapier, not.
Yep. So 16 piercing is what you deal. 16 piercing damage.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
As the two other bolts sort of pierce her side, you can see a little bit of like flame comes out as the blood sputters out, and when it falls to the floor, it's still burning. My turn. All right. So, let me see here. Make me a strength saving throw. As she begins to take a little bit of that blood and talking beneath her breath, she begins to cast another blood maledict and then brings her hand forward towards you and just clenches it. Strength saving throw of 13 fails. As a bonus action, the blood hunter targets you, and you failing the saving throw, your speed is reduced to 0, and you are unable to take reactions. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of your next turn. Both curse of binding. Alrighty then. I am just looking at the stat block. Okay, cool.
Damn, Irvin was such an easy opponent. She didn't use this on him.
Sort of sidestepping to attempt to flank you from the side, she brings out her flaming great sword and strikes twice. 15 to hit.
Nope.
Nope. Bound as you are, you attempt to dodge and succeed. She will then go ahead and move her remaining speed, continuing her flanking dance. You know what? She has more movement than that, so I don't want to. She was what here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's move her here. Let's put these guys in an actual square. All right, your turn.
And with that blood maledict, I don't get to re-roll till the end of my turn, right?
Till the end of your turn, yes.
Okay. So I can't move until potentially the end of my turn.
Yeah.
No problem. With that, still no hits. Haven't quite touched me and dodged them. I'm gonna rattle off 3 more crossbow bolts since I really can't move, and she's over there.
All 3 hit. What's the total damage?
10 piercing, 9 piercing, 10 piercing, so 29 piercing.
Fair enough. As she attempts to dodge out of the way and sort of hide behind the bodies of those moments before unaware Urugs, you hit with all 3, and she's looking roughed up. like just like a pincushion. And she uses her flaming sword to sort of cleave through the 3 arrows that just went through her, and so they're not getting in her way of her swings. She will go ahead and need spellcasting intelligence of once a day. I can't cast again. Okay.
Oh, a
What's
strength save, right? I get a strength save to
Yeah.
get my ability to move.
So
and
you
reactions.
break away from the magical bonds of the Blood Maledict. She charges ahead and uses the momentum of a 15-foot, 20-foot dash towards you to sort of hit the hand that's holding the crossbow, hit your fingers with the butt of the blade as she continues the momentum and just tries to hit you at the chest with the rest of the blade. So the first attack is going to be an attempt to disarm you. Does a 20 hit?
Yes.
You're disarmed. Your crossbow out of your hands.
Got it.
She uses her free interaction action to pick up your very crossbow.
You bitch. That's mine.
And move behind Melina, like so. And sort of, as she rounds Melina, she spins around and uses Melina's shoulder to sort of steady the crossbow and lets out a bolt at you. 6 to hit.
You dare shoot me with my own weapon?
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Yeah.
End of turn.
Alright, with that, I would sort of do that sort of neck stretch, like, alright, you just did that. And I'm
an
use-
innocent bystander.
gonna use my action, to transform.
You're
into,
transforming for this?
Oh, fuck yeah. This is some legit shit.
Can I step aside, please?
You can roll initiative if you want. You want to roll initiative?
Yeah, but,
Oh, do I have to roll initiative to move out the way as well?
Otherwise, you just cover.
Fuck you, I'm moving. No one's beating a 27.
No.
Riot's over by Irvin. Riot's nowhere near this shit.
Sure.
Do I have to wait or can I move her now?
Just wait till the end of Xeno's turn.
Okay.
I mean, I'll move over this way if you're gonna move out of the way, and just ferociously use the rapier with the crimson, right? Invoked.
You see genuine surprise at this fellow blood hunter unveiled before her. Full of surprise, aren't you? Ah, okay. First strike gets deflected. Second hits. From 10.
10. Third is 14.
Do you have a third attack with the rapier?
I don't. Thank you. It was just the first two.
Okay. She, as you approached closer and begin to slash with the rapier against her, and then the rest of her head gets blocked by her sword. She gets like that underlit face of flame, and you look, and her eyes begin to glow as the profane soul begins to come out, and she gives in more and more toward that infernal side of her maledict. Beginning of your turn, Melina, you can do whatever you want on your turn. It's combat.
I'm breaking away. Fuck no, dude.
Fair enough. Okay,
They're going all in.
there goes my cover. All right. Beginning of turn, entering this blood frenzy, she enters into equal animalistics with you. First of all, blood curse of binding. Make me a strength saving throw.
He passed it already in his last turn.
She's casting it again.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. Oh, once a day. I can't cast again.
Yeah, I was
like,
about to say.
yeah. Okay. I'm learning. This is what we're doing.
There
This.
you go.
Okay. So advantage on my attacks, as I have the great axe with advantage, striking twice. Great sword. 21 and 20.
They both hit.
7, 9, 1, 2. For a total of 19 damage.
Okay.
And she makes her stand there with her half plate. As you take a turn. Come on. What else you got?
Alright. Let's see here. I'm gonna... Oh, I can't do that. That'd be terrible. And if I get 2 more swings with the rapier, figure out my spells in the meantime. $25 to hit.
Okay. She attempts to parry it, but the rapier is too thin for her broadsword to not have it skid off under it, and you pierce through as she goes down to one knee, and you are at the verge of essentially coup de grace her as she lifts her blade up, and she says, "I yield."
I would, at the moment she said that, I would stop the swing of that blow and then put down my paw to offer her a hand back up to her feet rather than kneeling and say, well fought. Well fought for a fellow blood hunter.
A tamed one. That is interesting. I haven't encountered your kind in, well, years, and now a second one in a week.
Years, you say?
Yeah, you lot are
Not
far,
long ago.
far in between. How long have I been here?
No, I'm sorry. You said it's been years since you've seen a tamed one, and then one within this past week?
Yeah, making you the second one.
I'm curious, where have you seen this other?
Yeah, he's supposed to easy to miss, little skulking bugger. And she points her still flaming blade, which she slowly begins to like sizzle off, toward the wretched-looking little golem motherfucker over here.
I had a suspicion. What do you know of that man throwing stones at the beast?
Milo, crazy in the head, if you couldn't tell. I try talking to him, but he sort of stares and giggles. If you would excuse me just a moment, and she sheathes her sword and just turns toward Dermot. If you don't mind, I suppose one and one. As Dermot approaches and gladfully just, offers a little bit of healing to this individual. As you continue your conversation, I'm just going to have him roll a healing because this is what he's here for.
Can I talk to Irvin?
You can let Zeno finish and then, yeah, sure.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. We can circle back to me. Let me collect my thoughts.
What's up, Julian?
Julian's gonna approach Irvin, ask him, Irvin, how you doing? Are you badly wounded?
No, I'm good. That was a dance. This is. I'm a little bit worried. I mean, I'm glad it's just the whole team thing because I'll admit I'm nothing without my family. But I'm doing good. You?
Julian gives him like an enthusiastic, understanding nod, like, indeed, yes. It's hard to fight without my team. Definitely depend on them. Are you trying to sort of step out of your area of expertise with fighting solo? Or were you just doing that because you thought teams wouldn't be allowed?
No, the latter part, really. If anything, I'm slowly realizing that this was a huge mistake, and I even have half a mind of not participating in this tournament whatsoever. Not worth the risk, I heard that people actually die here.
Yeah, it's, definitely would prefer working with the team as well.
Can only get lucky so many times.
I wouldn't. Why did you want to participate so much that you were willing to try fighting by yourself?
I wasn't willing. I was trying to prove something foolish, and it didn't work.
Did you get into like an argument of some kind with someone else?
Just, trying to prove that I'm not nothing, that I actually contributed to the team, that I have a purpose, that I can protect my friends when it matters. So I was trying to practice that, but I don't know. I'm nothing alone.
I think most people would struggle to fight by themselves, though. Melina, as a spellcaster, and Galcerid as well, they can literally like bend the fabric of reality to their whims. But by themselves, I mean, they can't take too many hits to the head.
He nods his head in half like agreeing with you, but also like you can tell he's wondering like, did you need something?
No, just making. Is he actually asking? Did I need something? No, just making casual conversation. I was just curious why you were trying to spar one-on-one instead of sticking to your strengths. I was wondering if you planned on trying to become more of just a fighter, or if you just had other reasons for doing so.
If I could live the rest of my life without fighting another day, I would. As soon as this little venture of ours is over, I think I think I'm going to downscale the amount of danger that we're putting ourselves into before I end up like losing an arm or something.
Julian laughs with him and goes, had enough fame and fortune so far?
Something like that. I mean, this whole Cal Moreau business is a little risky for my taste. I'm more used to other jobs. I've actually come across this like lady from the Allegiance, this explorer type, desert walker who offered us a job out in the desert, and it's quite respectful. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh, you're going on that job?
I'm considering it.
Okay.
Apparently she's been struggling to find help around. She keeps asking, but people keep turning her down.
Well, I'm sure things will work out a lot better for the both of us now that we're participating in this event as teams instead of solo.
If you say
feel
so.
better soon.
Thanks. We're still down for a drink, like you said before, like the bar?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, what's the bar's name? Uh-huh. Well, you come find me then.
The Salty Dog.
I don't remember.
Just name
I'm
something.
looking at my notes, like, did I write this down?
Name something. Think of a silly name.
Cool. All right. Checking in on Irvin. He seems in high spirits. I mean, it's this team. The Maroon Six have been through a lot ever since Bazzoxan facing off demons. They seem to be acclimating to this place a lot better than they were ever in Bazzoxan, and in a lot more higher spirits than how you left them back in Jorhas. More or less finding purpose, work, money, riches, reputation. All right. Unless Zeno, you want to discuss anything that I can sort of talk to you, like person to person here. If you're trying to find out new information, just so we can get this session.
To move on. Yeah, and in all fairness, let's just to move on. I'll thank Savannah for doing me the honor of getting to quarrel with her, and then I would politely ask, may you return my crossbow back? Holding out my hand, I assume she'll give it back to me. And
you mean I can't keep it? As a compensation gift?
No gifts, my friend. It is
Alright.
a part of me. As is your sword to you.
I can imagine you're still in your wolf form. You're just like, is this a part of me? Like, just bearing over her, like, lightning,
Give me
casting off your light.
crossbow.
Of
He's
course.
flirting with you.
What is a hunter without his hunter's weapon? Of course. Well, I hope we cross blades again. This was fun, and rest assured I'll be much more prepared next time. Now that I've got a little bit of insight into you, as I'm sure you will be prepared as well.
I agree. A lot of my attention is not so much on her, and perhaps she senses that. I'm very fixated on this other person she pointed out to Milo.
Okay.
A lot. My eyes, my attention, while I'm engaging in conversation, my attention very much is on this other person. I ask for my weapon back, and then I would start to head over.
I would tell you to be careful not get bitten, but I don't think you have to worry about that now, do you? Live life so that you don't have to ask for forgiveness afterwards and die a good death. And she wishes you a good day.
Die good death to you.
And as soon as
That's
you
what I would do.
leave her reach, he will attack opportunity. You're just kidding. Yeah.
Ow!
I would just look back like, come on, we're done. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on now. I'll make my way over there.
Sure. Anybody joining Xeno?
Yeah, if anybody wants to do anything else.
Yeah, I'll go.
You two approach this wretched-looking individual, this Milo fella, as he is so focused on like rattling the cage of this animal chained to the back of the cage that he doesn't notice you guys approach at first, and just sort of giggling with his back to you guys. Smell dog meat and cinch fur. And he begins like sort of hunched, turn around and face you still in your wolf form, and he sort of bares teeth in what you're not sure if it's a grin of a smile or a grin of one hound growling at another.
Alright.
He seems lost to your
Do you-
lycanthropy.
Yeah, it almost seems so. You might be right. My friend, do you know who you are?
Yes. I am cunning. I am strength. I am the claw and the knight. But you can call me Milo. I'm Batman.
His name is Milo.
Yeah, and he sort of leaps up to one of like the stone fangs that sort of flank this cage, and sort of monkey swings himself up and stares at you from up high there.
I don't recognize the name Milo. Would Milo be something I would ever recognize? It doesn't ring any bells to me in my backstory and whatnot.
Is Milo from your specific order in the mountains? You've never met this man in your life now. And judging by his
okay.
wretched looks, he's been here in Ankarel living the wretched life for quite some time, burning under the sun, and making the best out of it. No, you've never seen this man in your life, no.
Okay. Talking to Melina, yeah, I think that you might be right. I think that he might have gone lost, gone feral here. I'm trying to use my senses to actually confirm if this being, this creature, this deranged little man actually has some lycanthropy.
I would imagine, having spent time in your circle of blood hunters, having spent time studying the enemy, werewolf and the like, you detect that same sort of scent, that same taint. Not sure yet if he has been tamed or not, but certainly there is the curse flowing through his veins as well. And he's, yeah.
Oh, speaking to him, Milo.
Yes.
How long have you been in this city? How long have you lived here?
It's banned.
1 week since you was. God damn it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm muting myself.
Many. I'm the same, dude. Every time, this whole week, that song has been stuck in my head. It's been many moons, many months, yes. Traveling this city from the north. But I like it here. This tournament, it's an opportunity to let the beast out. And as I said, he sort of clanks his teeth a little bit. It's been here
Is
for a
this man
while.
is this man like absolutely shredded?
Yes. And shredded and scarred over, ripped pants. He looks like he doesn't even live in a house. Probably lives on the streets, just living off the land
Yeah.
here, skulking them.
Well, looking to him and then also to Zeno, he doesn't seem like he's with a team. Trying to enter this competition by himself. Perhaps there's more to this. Perhaps he's maybe the strongest one here.
I don't fight. I am only here to see the beasties. I'm the only one who understands them, their pain. So we share it together.
I turn to Zeno and be like, dude, this guy's straight fucking crazy. Is this normal in your order?
No.
Well, actually, legit question. Like,
It's-
how common is it for blood hunters to like go feral? Like, you can lose lycanthropy. I understand that,
Mhm.
but can they go feral just like by fighting so much? Or...
It's not what usually happens, but it certainly is a result sometimes when something goes wrong.
Okay.
Also, each individual their choice, right? How Zeno took on the taming, the challenge through it, and how he sort of lives with it is tied to his personality, right? Different people might abuse this power. Different people might go crazy from it, right? It certainly is an option, is what you imagine. But of course, Zeno, if you have anything else to add to this, you can go ahead. If you, I don't know how your order works. It's part of your backstory. If your order ever witnessed this, yeah.
So I'd say that if this person actually truly went through, the taming, then they should be able to control themselves to a degree until bloodlust kicks in. It almost seems like in this case, the person, I don't know, Milo here, may have started the process, but maybe never completed it, or flat out was just cursed by lycanthropy with no affiliation to the Blood Hunter Order whatsoever. That's my take so far. I'd say that somebody who's gone through the taming and has experienced it long enough to actually fully complete it would instinctively know how to control it. That said, I'm looking, as he's moving around, I'm actually going to start looking for tattoos, some marks that I can see that might denote, he was part of a blood hunter or something.
So you're looking for the same sort of mark that Isoran had on the back of his palm, that blood drop with the...
Or my neck,
Yeah,
exactly.
or on the same mark you have in your neck. You don't see one on the exposed bits of his body right now, but you do note that he does have markings, different tattoos, lace works and such, and among them is like a serial number on his wrist from elbow to the beginning of his hand that you would recognize to be like a prisoner's sort of numbers. Like this Milo has served some time.
I would sort of turn to him. Well, I'm covered in hair. Never mind, that won't work. I was gonna show my tattoo, but how are you gonna see it? Just tufts of hair.
I would like to imagine that, and this is up to you as your flavor, as you transform any markings upon you can also be accented upon your fur. I sort of talked this with Will.
Like
Yeah. How like when he assumes his animal forms, you can still tell it's Will specifically because of the same markings. So like your tattoo can, a little like white blade with like red for blood.
So exactly that. Where the tattoo would be on my skin, as the hair would have grown in and filled out, it would be red, and so you can see the outline of that symbol recognizable in the hair. I would show Milo that. Does this mean anything to you?
Isinia. Are you of Isinia's people? The priests of the Dusk Maven?
No, I'm not of Isinia's.
Milo seen it before. When they come night to take off their beaked masks and unveil true faces. Similar marks upon necks, upon flesh.
Well, their beak mask, that sounds like the Raven Queen.
From the blood they came, and to the blood they return, and the blood they bend it to their whim. For there's power in blood, and sadness, and misery. It is the essence of life. I mean, like, similar mad mumbling sort of continues in circles, as this man does not seem to linger in silence for too long. If nobody's conversing with him, he seems to converse with himself at times.
Well, to Zeno, I was going to say, it seems like whatever's affecting him is already getting, not through fully, but if touching on something, if there was to be other members of your order here, or people who are able to do your ritual, it seems like there's a mutation in it, or possibly they're just not doing it correctly. Maybe that's something to investigate for yourself, then also to visit the Raven Queen. Visit her, since she's the one who gives you your powers, essentially.
I think you might be onto something there. It gives me chilling concern, if that's true. Milo, where do you typically live? Do you live in this arena nearby? I'm, curious, should we ever come across each other's paths again, where might I find you?
I sleep under the stars, and the stars, they travel above me, trailing their blue, their magnificent blue, and I watch them pass by from my little crate. The mighty vessels carrying souls to and through like angels across the skies, trailing their blue, their blue, their blue. Seems to be residing somewhere around the skyport.
Okay. I don't want to overwhelm my foe. Is anybody else here, or is it just Melina with me?
Party's within earshot, yeah.
Right, is nothing to this guy.
Yeah. No worries, I don't blame you.
Don't blame you.
Very much seems to be a lost soul. I wonder what I can do to help him at least reclaim his sanity. Though Melina had a good suggestion based on the ramblings of our friend Milo here. I would at some point like to revisit the Raven Queen's temple to see what more we can find. If Milo recognizes this tattoo, or hopefully he's confused and mixing markings with different markings, but
Milo.
I need to know if somebody in this city is truly trying to recreate lycanthropy through taming. I have to know the answer to that.
Well, don't
Could it
forget,
not
I
be
saw
somebody
him.
else that you remember?
What was that, Wills? I didn't catch that.
I said, couldn't it have been somebody of one of your members?
Could be, but if it is, I need to know. Clearly, it's not working. Or what I fear worse is somebody not of my order trying to recreate it.
So Zeno, let's put together here. For the taming, because this is part of your character background too, what did your character undergo? Did he have any lingering markings from that secret ritual? Anything that sort of has left its mark on your body, or a way to telltale? You know, like in The Witcher, like they go through the alchemical process and then it changes their eyes. Anything similar like that with your character, sort of thing, with the taming?
Yeah, I'd say that it'd be yellow or orange eyes, similar how I had started off when everybody first met me. My eyes were, I believe, yellow. That would be a clear sign of undergoing the taming.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a clear sign of undergoing taming would be the yellow eyes. Not something that Isoring was possessing because he was from a different order. Not something that the individual just fought has because she's from a different order as well, of the more fiendish order. You look upon this individual who, for all purposes, with your keen scent, you detect that the curse flows through his veins. Look into his eyes, and they're bright moon blue. This individual has not undertaken taming.
That gives me a little bit of...
You look over his body. No bite marks either.
From what we can tell, but
from what you can see, yes. I'm just giving you information visible before you. Sort of leading you to believe that it is quite possible that this is one of those rare in the wild to see, and less so in civilization, purebreds. The ones who truly can control their shifting outside of the rituals of your order. Ones thrown into fates and will of the moons and Sahanine and title, that sort of thing. Wild children, purebloods, not bound to your order or anything.
I would say I would wrap that all up and share it with the group as well. No, I don't believe that it's somebody from my order that is trying to recreate tamed individuals here in this city. This person, Milo, here seems to be cursed either naturally or through some other means. But it wasn't anybody from my order. You can tell through the eyes. If you recall, when you first met me, my eyes were very much yellow. Now just pitch black, but that yellow is a clear indication that they have gone through the process, both chemical and biting, to accept that curse and own it.
Okay. As you're conversing, do you show any intent to talk to Milo further?
I have nothing more.
And if you're not, nobody else is paying him much attention either, eventually he hangs upside down, looking at the beastie, and just kind of waves it goodbye with a long fingernailed hand, dirty, and swings himself back up and begins to daftly leap up the 25-foot high wall that rims this place. And you begin to see him cackle away past the drapery toward up the stairs and sort of off onwards, wandering onwards into the city. This just vagabond, yeah.
Clear my thing. I can jump that high. I just don't feel like it.
Remains to be seen, but I believe you.
Along with, because you have keen senses, I won't even make you roll for it because it's like an automatic success. You ask about his home and where he lives. You detect upon him the curse, but also like an amalgamation of sorry, music got epic there for out of nowhere. An amalgamation of sewage, sewer water, and just like whatever carry-on sort of washes down there. That really clings to his clothes and to his skin. So, which now that you come to think of it, there's a sewer system to the city. All right. It is 7:55. I'm gonna take a quick minute to just refill my cup, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay,
Sounds
Daddy.
good.
I suggest, because I see Will is falling asleep there, decide if you want to do anything else in arena. And remember, you can always come back here. You have 12 days to figure out stuff with this arena. If you want to change of scene, I welcome it personally. But discuss. I'll be right back.
Right. What was the bar you wanted to go to again?
I
I
think
don't
I
even
deleted
remember.
with my notes.
Oh, whoa.
It's one of the things I'm going to ask Tom later.
I completely forgot that we invited them to go to a bar.
No,
He brought it up. I was like, oh, right.
Ryan asked
Yeah.
you to ask him which bar he frequents to get a drink. So to go to their area. And I do know it's near the Lucky Run.
I was gonna
That
say
much
there's.
I
Oh, good.
No, it was one of the ones that wasn't given to us, like an inn that wasn't given to us. So it's over in that similar area.
Just finish filling my water here. Look at my notes. I might have wrote it down.
Welcome back, Tom.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to go and figure out more about our actual quarry, which we were meant to do with the Cobalt Soul? Riot has all of his wild shapes back.
There's a couple things I want to touch on here, just really quick. Nothing that should take too long. But I was also gonna say, since Nia isn't here too, I was gonna see, like, is this like a time pressed thing? Because it would be nice to have her here as well, since she's also tied to the library as well. But I don't know if that like directly affects anything.
I think it'll be fine if you complete it without her. It's not the last time you'll be working with the Cobalt Soul if you succeed with this. So there's
I didn't know if it was like anything special that she might want to hear or see or do. If you guys ever spoken behind, just you two or something. But
nope. There's not.
Really quick, while everything is happening, everything that we've done here, really quick.
Sure.
Looking around, is there just like a bunch of scattered people just like kind of just coming in, just watching, and it just seemed like, ooh, what's going on here? Like, who's fighting this year?
It's still the working hours of here in Ank'Harel. It's people are still running their businesses and stuff, so it's not really a full crowd, and it's not really the day of the event. It's just a bunch of people. But there are maybe a few dozen citizens jeering on a few teams just here to sightsee, especially a few who have never seen a Krohasian sandworm. Very curious to get a glimpse of it. But yeah, a few spectators.
So within those spectators, looking around, trying to perceive everything that's going here while trying to be, while talking to AO, talking to my party, and everything, just kind of glancing up every once in a while. Melina has the idea that this could also be kind of like a recruiting ground too, to see how fighters can, be pulled into other factions or ranks or something. Like, oh, a really good spellcaster on that team, maybe they want to join the AA. Let's go talk to them, or other factions. So what I'm asking is anyone in the stands does anyone in the stands stand out in particular? Are there hooded figures? Do people just openly say, from the Vermilion Dream or something, it'd be like, I represent these people and I'm watching and toiling my fingers?
So one individual catches your eye more than others. Veiled and sort of leaning against one of the statues on the northern side of the stadium is an Arkokra with a bow that seems to be watching and now and then sending these signals. Nobody's standing near the Arkokra, but he or she, they are sending this looks like a clicking sound, whatever, clicking of the beak, to someone unseen, and they do seem to be sort of watching the entire arena almost in a searching like manner. Aside from that, arbitrating this entire thing, not so much in the stands, but there is a half crescent of that hardened group of mercenary type competent stand in their crescent formation, observing the competence before them in that same manner you described, sort of as if looking to gauge worthy individuals that will pique their interest, like supervising thuggish looking folk on either side of that looming minotaur fella, to be Minos. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if like Vermilion Dream were kind of off in the shadows, looking around the corner, and
Roll me a
like catch
perception
eyes
check.
with them. Okay. Normal and 18.
18.
Yes.
You are sort of filtering your vision, looking for that vermilion red throughout the crowd. The same red you saw Aloysia wear. And Ankarel is a town of colors. Everybody's very much wearing vibrant colors, but she was very much in a uniform sort of thing, color. And aside from that same matching color that you see on Zag, this individual yonder,
Yes.
you are with confidence with 18 do not see any other occult-looking robe types throughout the crowd. Yeah.
Okay, that was one order of business.
Okay.
Second, I want to clarify something, because to me it's maybe I just didn't pick up on it, so maybe I'm in the wrong.
Yeah.
Probably. So guys are wearing like the symbol of Groomsh and everything, but these are betrayer gods and gods who wanted to destroy everything on this world. So openly like wearing betrayer god like paraphernalia or symbols, all that stuff, is that like not banned at all, or just be like, yo, that's shady, those are bad men, and like we need to arrest them because they're gonna do something bad?
So, there are a few hooligans that you've witnessed even on the Empire side, and there's a clear distinction and threshold between, like in IRL, being wearing a shirt with like a pentagram and a Satan worshipping iconography on it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And sacrificing a baby on an altar, right?
Yeah.
And there's a spectrum in between. While the guards do seem to be wary of a lot of eclectic individuals here, but especially of these Ologs, they, while being pride of their culture, the Groomsh being their god, are merely representing him so far and are not openly committing to any ritual or open crime, which is why logically probably they're not being arrested. But you do notice that it is bizarre that they hold such pride to this individual
Okay.
in the open. But I mean, again, it's like in real life. You'll have many delinquents or people of extreme faith views who, while not actually practicing, will certainly present forth questionable attire. So
Yeah,
it's good
that's-
insight. But yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask, because I was gonna be like, yeah, is this kind of like, how today, like, a Satanist might walk around with an upside down cross or something on a T-shirt, or
The cr-
something
The Kryn
of that
Dynasty,
line.
Yeah, had a direct involvement in that calamitous war to the point where they have their own set of rules. Here is a different set of rules. In the Kryn Dynasty, wearing a symbol is execution. Because they're tied to Gordranus, they're tied to Betrayer's Rise. They have history, and it's very much the source here, very much more sensitive there. The Empire have their own rules, Ankarel have their own rules as well. That seem to be focusing more toward the order side, but not restricting the freedom. I don't want to say speech because that's like spreading heresy, but like, if you are an Orog and you bring more good to the city than bad, representing your heritage is not a crime by itself.
Yeah.
It seems.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Which is something you also notice about your tiefling kind. Tieflings are associated with the Nine Hells, which are very much evil, very much fiendish. I mean, I'm surprised that you and Xeno vibe, given Xeno's whole I fight fiends thing. But maybe that kind of open-mindedness is what Ankarel tries to sort of make bloom, right?
We're free thinkers, man.
Because tieflings are very much accepted here as well. And well, out in the Empire, you go to some hick village on the outskirts of the city, and you walk into that town, and somebody sees you with your tiefling blood, they're gonna be like, fucking devil, ain't right?
Yeah.
Like all that shit. Depending where you go. Anyway, but that's a whole in-lore spiel, just to explain away this thing.
Okay.
Cool.
On the Raven, is there any markings of perhaps like impressions of petals on his leather?
Sorry?
impressions of petals or anything?
Pebbles?
Petals.
Oh, petal on the
Like petals of a flower.
on
On his armor or
No.
on like cuffs or anything? Okay.
You cannot fail this. You spent a good hour watching him and his lackey just faff about, and no evidence of any flowers of any kind. Very much iron, steel, and brute dumbassery.
I'm just aware of Mushid probably have said something, so right, just keeping an eye out on people that look unique.
You were given your trail, but you don't find any evidence of petals on this individual. You have found petals elsewhere, but it's up to you.
Oh, I know. I'm just waiting for words not to be around 80 people.
Sure. So yeah, hopefully I answered everybody's questions, Nick, and
Yeah,
stuff.
that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I was just curious. I was like, is that like? But I got it.
It's more like they're openly wearing it in the open and they're asking for trouble, but who's gonna challenge them? You know?
Yeah.
They're big, the brutish and stuff, and yeah.
Racial profiling.
Well, I mean, that's part of your job as expositor to, I mean, not racially profile, but like notice things like that, and like that's bizarre. I should keep an eye on that, you know?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like how I asked about it before. I was like, they're just wearing a simple Groosh, and that's okay. It was just like, yeah. I was like, oh.
Well, I thought you had a question. I was
The
like,
main-
yeah. I'm like,
The main reason I brought it
Oh.
up was
You have
because
no voice, Julian.
no
For real.
voice. No, because in our first campaign that we started of this, when we tried to initially kick it off with Mac,
Trent was wearing the
yeah,
oblivion
Trent was
symbol,
wearing
and I was like,
yeah the symbol, and he's like,
dude.
that's bling, and I'm just like,
Mhm.
you're gonna get killed, dude.
that was a Kryn, right? That we were in the Kryn territory, and I knew
Yeah,
Critical
yeah,
Role back
yeah.
then, so I was like, Mac, that's an interesting choice. If I was running this campaign, he would probably be dead on the spot, and he, whatever.
Okay, that
Yeah.
I was conflicting. I know that's entirely separate than what we're doing, but it just bled over into my mind, and I was like, okay, I just want to confirm.
It's also like not all betrayer gods are the same, right?
Yeah.
You have Lolth, who got slain and is like a martyr among the Drow, certain Drow. You have Grumsh, who is a racial embodiment of a race created by his blood, right? It's different. They're Jesus, if you will, but a little much more war. Okay, and then
he
there's
tried to sink a whole
and
city
then there's
to be
and then
fair.
and then there's yes, and then there's like Torog, who's the crawling king who destroyed an entire nation and was fought by the Kryn, right? So they have like direct history. Different gods have direct relations.
I get what you're saying.
Right? They're all different. They're betrayer gods all under the umbrella because they were all unanimously sided with let's end mortal kind because mortal kind was our mistake, and let the Titans reclaim the land, sort of thing, because they sided in that war. But they're also like their own unique, and you can't deny somebody their heritage, right? If you wanted to openly praise Asmodeus, depending where you are at, you might have people sympathize with that, especially fellow Tieflings.
Yeah. Okay. And
Make
then last
who you
thing,
are. Yeah.
Yeah, and then last thing, just really quick, do they just leave this as an open pit to fight from previous years if we would find that out, or do they bring in like, stuff you can stand on, crates, ladders, and platforms everywhere? Do they like mix around the environment?
They do mix it around the map, yes. You don't know what they're going to do from this year, but from having sort of spent enough time here, hours at this point, to find out the stuff. Previous years they had stone platforms to separate sand from stone. Wooden platforms that got burned down by very keen teams. I mean, just not one time they actually used magic to like flood the arena. So it is a shifting sort of design here.
Then
Yeah.
last thing, hopefully.
Mhm.
Real quick, while walking around and just kind of kicking around the sand and everything, how would I be able to gauge like how deep it could go? Because I'm curious to know if there's actually like pit traps underneath that they'll pull or something.
So, how far do you dig?
I mean, if I can get down like a foot or two.
A foot or two? You begin digging, and it keeps going.
Okay.
Like loose sand, like on the beach. It begins to be more compacted toward that depth, and a little bit cooler because it's away from the sun. But there's more sand beneath your feet than 2 feet.
Okay.
What are
Not gonna like.
What are you digging for, Melina?
Well, I'd like to know if there can be any traps or anything. They'll change the environment to put on a show, so I don't want it to get caught off guard. We need to watch our footing. Punji
It's a good
pits,
idea.
flames,
You want my help?
something. If you can find anything, something metal that we're maybe missing. I'm not saying it's the entire bottom, but it'll be spread out. Yeah, she'll take your help. If you can.
Yeah, Julian will
conversate.
start walking around while paying more attention to the ground
Okay.
than he was before.
Both of you
Trying to
roll.
get
Yeah. Both of you go ahead and roll me dexterity saving throws with advantage.
dexterity saving throws.
Dexterity saving throws with advantage because you're actively looking for it.
Okay.
So, Melina, as you're digging through your hand, you are intelligent enough to pick up on this eventually. A foot deeper, you look around and you see like remnants of like rusted old weapons all throughout. And after like a minute or two, you begin to like question of like, are you digging straight toward like another blade buried down there and you're gonna cut your hand?
Yeah.
Julian, you actually perk yourself on like the end of like an old spear, and you might have tetanus.
But like, while the digging down into like the spear, like it's just an old weapon that got covered, but is it like connected to something?
It's not connected to anything, but that by itself is a hazard. You would imagine that if somebody like fell onto something that was half buried, it might damage themselves if they're not careful.
Okay.
But
If
you
someone
don't
was to
find
disturb
any.
the earth, yeah.
You don't find any mechanisms or gears or anything, and you would imagine that gears would probably get jammed out by a whole bunch of sand, anyways. Nothing veiled under tarps, no trap doors where you're digging, at least, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know obviously the worm's got to move through and everything. The whole bottom wouldn't be like that, but you know, it would navigate around them. But I just wanted to check.
Yeah.
So, Riot, if you have any way of disturbing the ground and doing anything that might help us.
I don't have any spells or anything that would assist in that.
You fought this worm in the past, no?
Yeah, we did.
What?
Kinda.
Remind me, what was successful and what didn't work against it?
Mostly ran, to be
yeah.
honest. But blinding it, making it helped a bit. But I mean, that's still. It had tremor sense, and it was able to follow us wherever we ran. We outran it because of rice pudding.
From what you can recall, it attacked you first from beneath the ground, meaning you could tell where you were from beneath the ground. Yeah.
It also took out a giant ogre, and though I hate to say it, it bought us time to kind of formulate at least a little bit of a exit strategy. But if it could take down an ogre, it could swallow us, two of us whole, easily.
You know, you look at the worm where it's sort of like bound toward the end of the cage, and you can see its right side of the eye. The eye is sort of kept under the jaw, as you can see on the token. The right eye is just like not lacerated; it's been like gauged from the inside out, as if somebody stuck a blade and just sort of popped the entire eye out. And it's sort of like scabbed over, and it's semi-healed, but it's still maybe weeks old. You've seen beasts being wounded, like maybe weeks old.
We didn't really win the fight last time. It was more like Nia chased it away.
But that was effective, no?
Yeah.
We're
If
going
it-
to fight it this time, not or chase it away.
Well, if it is a wild card or anything that appears on the ground, if we can make it go to the enemy team by causing a disturbance in the ground or something and remaining still ourselves, that'll help us. We'll need to create a lot of distance between us and our foes. I wouldn't
An
want to be in its
interesting
wake.
idea.
That's
So
good.
if there- yeah, I was gonna say if there's platforms.
Does Nia still have
anything.
that what's that spell that she used? The really loud one. Shatter?
Shatter?
Yep.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Maybe that could create some like vibrations on the ground that would attract its attention.
Yeah, definitely.
Melina, you were saying, which sparked a thought. Assuming that we're in this arena, assuming that we'll be fighting for first place, because let's just face it, we all know we're that good. And this thing is released We don't know when this thing is going to be released, whether it's us versus it, or it's going to be released, as you say, a wild card in the mix of an ongoing battle. That second half. Should that happen, I think, based on what I've heard from everybody, it almost sounds like attracting it towards the enemy is a decent strategy. While we stand still, try and move the enemies to draw it towards them.
I can hold them in place a little bit with what I know, but it's just creating that gap. If we're locked in melee, any of us, it's going to be a rough time for everyone. We'll need to, over the next 2 weeks, try to formulate a plan and adapt it as best as we can on the fly when we come to the pit. I don't want to lose my life here. I want to keep going on this journey, but money, renown, it'll only boost us to our end goal. So as long as we play into each other's strengths and we help each other in our weaknesses, we should be able to overcome this. We've been through a lot.
I agree. Can we speak a little bit more on that? When we say strengths and weaknesses, I think it might be helpful to sort of pinpoint what are our strengths and what are our weaknesses.
I feel like we've discussed this before.
A while ago.
Yeah, I mean, obviously me being a spellcaster, I'm not very good with a knife, or let alone handle it myself, so I need distance and range. But I'm limited to what I can summon into this world or, take out of the thin air. But others have speed, others good with blades, pointing to Julian.
True. Perhaps maybe I should be a little bit more specific. I mean, we've grown since then, right? I mean, there's all of our abilities and skill sets, but for example, Zeno sort of pulls out the rod, the immovable rod, gives a little flip. It's a handy tool. I think it should be included in our skill set. It should be included in our strengths in some way. I don't know what purpose it has just yet, but I'm confident it will serve one. We've collected a handful of other treasures over the past couple of months. Let's make sure we leverage them. You know what I mean?
No, I see what you're saying. I'm not afraid to hold back anything. I've been able to store some extra arcanic spells into my ring. The more the merrier. It's always, right now it's proving to be a girl's best friend. But with me taking the time at night to really hone in on my studies, and the amulet, and everything else, only for a short second, for just a short bit, I can incapacitate, somebody, kind of, let's say locking them into like a stasis, a little time chamber. Can't move, they can't do anything. I've yet to try it, but I see the words and how to conjure this into my mind. Only a matter of testing it. I'm sure we've all grown.
Do you want to test it? What better place? Test it here.
Alright, she immediately tested on you.
Do it. Own your skills, all of you. This is the time.
Need to make a DC.
Training grounds.
I'm fairly confident in my ability to win this arena event without practice.
And you at all, Julian. In a way that is just meant to instigate you. No truth behind it. A DC con?
Yeah.
I will see your constitution check and raise you this. Yeah.
Nice.
Suck it. What is it? What has happened to me? Am I dead?
No. You're encased in a field of magical energy that at the end of your next turn or the creature takes any damage. While encased in this, the creature is incapacitated and has a speed of 0.
All right, so
it's a
I'm
good
like
lockdown.
I'm like struggling, I guess. Even with the feral strength, I'm still in this. I should still be in that feral form.
Like the way I
I'm
imagine
like
it. Oh, go ahead.
struggling. That's how I imagine. I'm struggling to move with all my might.
As you're trying to move, you're kind of flicking in and out in a sort of sense, like through time, because I'm locking you not just here, but like in a time. Like you stop on all planes of existence. That I'm thinking that. I don't know if that's not really happening, but you're kind of, I don't know, what's the word? Kind of like flickering, just like in a small sense,
Yeah,
but it's only for just a few seconds.
I imagine like blinking. I imagine blinking. My hand moves an inch, but right back to where it was.
Yeah,
In
yeah,
and
like you're
out.
skipping.
Like I was there, but no, yeah, kind of.
You're lagging. That's what it
A
is.
lot of lag. You've invoked lag on me.
There you go.
Okay, it works. Good job.
But what is, as far as you two, Riot, you've probably been working on something, and Julian, you've probably been honing your blade.
Yeah, I been wouldn't say practicing, but I feel as though I've gotten better at dodging attacks, keeping myself safe. Ever since Betrayal Rise, I feel like there were a number of instances where my ability to simply run away from attacks didn't come into play, and I got hit anyway. And so I've been working on sort of getting better at defending myself in that regard.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to, excuse me, hone that practice here and open arena combat and keep us safe and yourself. The longer we stay on our feet, and a better fighting chance.
Indeed.
Is this
And what
still
about?
going? When can?
No, it's only just for a round.
All right. Okay. I would share.
Actually,
Assuming that had ended when I heard Julian speaking, and I can actually move and talk normally. Yeah, Julian, may I suggest that with your ability to disengage from a fight so quickly, perhaps a good strategy would be for you to be the keystone to giving some of us flanking, always being on the other side of an enemy, and as enemies sort of shift and move throughout combat, you can weave between them, finding yourself on the opposite side, the opposing side, giving us an advantage. Just a suggestion.
Perhaps, yeah. There were a couple times while we were in Betrayer's Rise that I made myself vulnerable to attacks, either for strategic purposes or to protect question.
Well, I'm not necessarily.
We can
And
definitely
that didn't go unnoticed. Trust me, it did not go unnoticed. But I want to be clear. I'm not suggesting that you make yourself vulnerable. More positioning yourself in a way that benefits not only you but others as well.
If it's possible, I'll keep it in mind.
Awesome.
If we're wrapping up here at the bowl, before we leave, I'm going to take 10 minutes just to summon Kane, but I'm going to change his form into a snake.
Into a fish.
No, a snake.
And throw him in
No,
the sandy
no
pit.
step on snake. Is
Okay.
that cool with everybody?
I like it. What? Why snake?
Well, I've been formulating a plan. Since we need to find the elf's name, we know where he lives. It's about appealing to him. He's openly carrying a staff with a snake head, like I had just learned now in putting together that if it is to be a relic or just something of paraphernalia to Zahir, he's openly displaying it, which means he... And also, what's the Cobalt Soul's... No, that's not her name. Zora had actually said... Fuck, where did I have? What did you tell me? Oh, yeah. He might be a cultist of Zahir. So, having a snake appeals to him. We'll have to engage him directly, but in a non-violent way. Appeal to him, possibly.
I think that's a great idea. He's seen me. It'd be best if I don't make myself noticed. So I should step back into the shadows. But what you just described, that makes a lot of sense, and I encourage it. Yeah, you should try to appeal to this person. From what I gathered, I didn't catch his name. He was so fleeting the moment I mentioned I was from Zorhas, but I caught that he might be from the Dwendalian Empire, right? And that's where you're from, no?
He spoke with an accent, so yeah, I know that. I recognize it anywhere.
I can think of nobody better to appeal to this person than you.
Well, not just me. I need everyone's help. If you want to stay in the shadows, completely agree. But it's also a way to say that you are acting as a probe. We've been watching him. The cult of Zahir is simply watching from afar, and then now it is time that we directly engage with him. I don't know what his motives are. We still have to figure that out. But you, Riot, you have the power to transform, and if you're able to turn into a snake and appeal to that more and really embellish this and sell it, we might be able to find what we're looking for.
Riot wasn't really paying attention. He snaps, looking what? Sorry, there's things that caught my attention.
You're like gonna snap. Be like, I need you to focus here with me.
Clap your hands.
No. When looking for this elf, if we can appeal to him, I would like you to be there as well. His fascination in Zahir, snakes, and everything, he'll be able to turn into one, possibly, I hope, and we can appeal to him in a greater sense. We'll start to latch on and grow trust. And be like, oh, Zahir, he's a snake. He can turn into one. I have Cain. He can turn into one. Maybe I'm able to speak with them. You can find more about him by appealing to him and his interests, gain his favor. Julian, you're quick with your hands. Anything? Or go ahead if you have something.
From what we heard, he was looking for the what were they called? He was looking for the veil.
Well, they'll probably have a little bit of synergy. The veil are maybe somehow also involved with cultist of maybe not just here, but Groomsh or excuse me, other ones. It's probably veil seems like to be like a little bit more of a wide casting net.
Perhaps.
We'll only need to learn more as soon as we talk to him. I think a direct approach would be best. If things go awry, we're capable of handling ourselves. I just don't want to gain the attention of guard bearers or even civilians and cause a scene. We'll not make the library look good. Not here to be interrogators.
Riot, noticed you weren't paying attention. Is there something on your mind?
Quite a few things, actually. I'm not a thinker and planner like you guys, so I get bored and I just walk around. And you guys know the place we were just at, right? To watch the snake guy. And how I might have went into an apartment and found something that was names. And took a couple things. Well,
right.
You guys know that bats aren't really daylight creatures, right? Well, her little bat was just flying above us, looking down at us. And as soon as that bat saw us, Zag, Maroon 6, and They all departed together. At the same time.
You think they're in communication?
Well, if you remember back to Bazil's end, then yeah, Neem is seeming like she's leading the Rune 6 currently, or at least is their handler in a way, and, well, and maybe Neem enjoys the scaly touch of a crocodile, but I mean, it seems that Zag and her share an apartment, or at least Zag has keys to her apartment, because her pendant was there. And I might have taken something that looked a little bit like it was a corrupted coral, old piece of ore, and they could be looking for it.
What'd you take?
I'm not showing it here. We have to leave this area. That's why I've been staying quiet.
Then I think we should leave now. If those already left under the conditions you just explained and you need more privacy to share, I think we should leave immediately and go somewhere to discuss this further.
A room, hopefully, or at least out of sight, because I took 2 things. 3 things. Put 1 back, though. And might have almost burned down the apartments, but all I could think about was there was a monkey there. I'm saying this where nobody else is around saying this, like I'm saying it quietly to the group at home.
What you put back?
Let's
Neem's pendant. I put it back right where I found it.
Why?
I didn't know what it was. It was shiny.
But why did you put it back?
Because it was hers and she would definitely know it was missing.
You didn't think that maybe other items might be noticed missing in the same effort gone into those missing items?
Oh, I mean, unless they're able to hear to locate object, I mean, they can't know for certain it was me.
No, but it does make things a little bit more challenging, just in case. It means they're going to start reaching out, and they start to know that people are looking out for them. People are able to get into their quarters. They're going to be on guard now. And it's possible if that elf we're trying to track, if he is with them as well, maybe just not as forward or from a distance or something, everyone's going to be on guard now. But the coral, or whatever you found, probably came from down below. Most likely from Calmoro. And I wonder what its properties are at. If there's anything with it. Like,
I was waiting for us to have time for you to go into a room, identify it, look at what I found as well. The other little baggie was all nice and shiny, so I picked it up too. Don't know exactly. I know it smells like something I'm not supposed to have out in public, but beyond that, I don't know exactly what it is.
well, I mean, we can take a look at it. I'm not sure much we'll learn. Maybe a botanist would be a little bit better. Question might know a little bit more.
Oh, I'm not showing this the question. It
Right.
is not. Yeah.
Well, remember that it is something that the Myriad dealt with, so I mean, I did give you a handout for it.
I know, I'm trying to.
Okay.
We're in a public area, not.
No,
trying to
I
say
understand.
Exactly what it
Just
is.
regarding the whole botanist thing and who you're talking to, Melina, remember what it's made from. That's it.
It was coral?
The other
talk
stuff.
about the bag. Riot is trying to implement without saying it aloud that it's an illicit drug. That we
Why do
can
I
get thrown in jail
want
for
drugs?
if we have it. That's essentially what he's implying.
Ditch it. I don't want drugs.
I'm not ditching
I do.
it.
No, you get caught with it. It's on you.
Well, there's a reason why I have it.
Why? Keeping her voice down.
Well, if we leave, I can tell you. I'm not saying it here.
Oh my god, on the 9 hells. Alright, let's go.
Well, aren't you technically from one of those?
Am I what?
You said God the 9 hells. Isn't a tiefling kind of from one of those?
The second one. But yeah, she'll... What the fuck? Alright, let's go check
Where
out
to?
Skooma.
Where would you like to go?
Or there's a secret room or something.
Let's just go back to the I don't have any of my fucking inns anymore. The Harrington in the River District. The one that...
The Harried Mongoose?
Yeah, Harry Mongoose.
Sure. You return back to your inn. To your private room on the second floor, behind closed doors, to discuss your illicit details. Lorraine. Julian.
On the way there,
Julian,
I
did
want to
you...
say I was looking around for stuff and people, and if they're getting followed, or if Cosmo's around.
Okay, sure thing. Just for the sake of this, Julian, did you get a room with a single bed, 2 sets of beds?
Probably would be a single bedroom.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Close to the stairs or away from the stairs?
Close to the stairs.
Close to the stairs? Okay. So you guys will be in Julian's room, right over yonder, along with Nia and Spirits, Flipping Riot, Zeno. Right over here on the second floor behind a closed, locked door. As you guys maneuver there, I mean, you don't have to roll here, Will. Well, you know what? No, that's not fair. You're looking to see if if you're being trailed all the while?
And by Cosmo as well.
Roll me
See if
that.
Matt will follow.
Sure. So we're on the way there. Roll me a perception check. See if you're being trailed.
I'm gonna use my another wheel.
They would have suspicion. We were
16.
seen there last night.
So I don't think you realize how wheel and roll works. You wake up in the morning, and you roll the die.
Yeah.
Right.
Wheel.
And you, how many times do you get to use it?
Many times my proficiency.
Oh, okay. Then maybe I don't know your skills. Okay, neat. So altogether that'll be 16?
16, yeah.
One moment. Looking for any vermilion hooded figures behind you. Or anybody else. Let me see. Okay. You note 2 things. First of all, bat in daylight once more. An odd thing to see. I mean, it's not unheard of, but like the same bat, and this is one that you've seen before, very keenly, intelligently following you, is an odd thing. So you do notice that it is kind of trailing you about 1/8 of a mile behind you guys. You also note that you are being trailed by another figure, fully hooded in like black cloak, hood, maybe like 4.5 feet tall, and it is sort of following you guys. And when you turn around to look at it, it stops and like sort of goes back into like the shadows, and then like shakes his head and like begins to approach you guys at a heightened pace. What do you do?
If he's approaching us,
It is.
right. Rye will stop and look and stare at him. And wait for him to come.
Okay.
And Rye will
Go say-
also mention to other people, by the way, the bat's following us, and we have a little bit of a friend coming towards us.
If he comes within striking range to brandish a weapon or cast a spell at us or anything, I will use momentary stasis on him.
Okay. So as go ahead and roll me perception check, Melina, as you're watching this visual approach.
Nope.
Nope.
Natural one.
You're on edge. You're being trailed. You cast your momentary stasis. Go ahead and roll for it. As you see the
He
individual
has to make a
indeed
DC 17.
reach, they have to make a DC 17
Constitution save.
Constitution saving throw. Sure thing. Natural 1. The individual freezes in place, and what does it do again? I don't remember because you guys were doing things between each other, and I wasn't really.
Yeah, he's incapacitated and it has a speed of 0,
Okay.
and it lasts for until the end of my next turn.
Okay, so time seems to like
This is rough.
freeze the individual in place as the cloak stops flapping in the wind and just freezes there as he's reaching into his robe.
Yeah, and then I'll point everyone. Like I'll kind of like have my arm stretched out with my fingers pointed at him, and I'll say to everyone else, look around, like surround him.
Riot will move
Zane's
up.
gonna run towards him.
Riot will just be in front of him and looking at what he's dragging and pulling out. And if it is a weapon, he will get ready to catch it. And Riot wants to take a look underneath the hood.
Okay, so as you approach this individual, you see orange skill, kind of plump, white curls. It's Prolix.
Jesus. You fucking little bastard.
Just about
You
to
know-
cross here.
What are you
As-
doing
as-
to Prolix?
As he's looking at you wide-eyed in his stasis, frozen there, he's now wearing his uniform. He's in that black cloak, and he's halfway from pulling out what looks to be like a familiar-looking sending stone, but you're like, recognized to be a sending stone messaging device.
Okay, I'll approach, and then I don't know. It doesn't last very long. It's only like a round.
I'm giving you the funny moment here of him just being.
Yeah. It's just like.
Riot's going to take the setting stone. Oh wait, Riot can't physically touch anything on him because he's frozen in time, right?
It says you just can't do any damage to him while encased in this. I don't know how that works. It doesn't specify if you can take stuff off. I think it's just him that stays. So if you were to like take his hood, lean it back, or I don't know, I would see that being okay, but that's not my call.
I was going to say Riot would just pick up the sending stone out of the pocket real quick. And look at Prolix. And wait for the thing to wear off.
Sure, you wait for a thing to wear off,
Yeah.
and it's still holding.
Melina, could you let him go?
No, it only lasts for one round. I don't control it after that.
Oh, it only lasts for one round. They were like,
Yeah, until
while
the
you're
end of
holding
my
it.
next turn. So it's only like
Okay.
10 seconds.
Eventually, the cloth begins to move again, and you take the stone out, and he's like, "No, I understand. I understand. I would have done the same. These are sketchy times."
Alex, you look like a fucking cutthroat. I could have
Why?
incinerated you.
Why
Really?
are you following us with
I
your
look-
hood up?
Do I look intimidating?
Slightly, yes.
Good. That means that they can lay off me. Listen, we've been compromised. Something is very, very wrong.
What are you
What's
talking
wrong?
about?
Hold on. We're here now. I didn't expect you guys to actually notice him. It's good. He's been trailing you guys for like a little bit.
I'm looking around constantly for him. What are you talking about? Anytime we're walking around, I'm looking around.
He's small.
I think someone is trying to frame me for attacking you guys at the Life Dome.
Why did you try attacking us at the Life Dome?
He didn't.
Oh no. So
I did. That's what I'm saying. Somebody's trying to frame me. Listen, earlier today, a thief snatched my satchel as I was walking down the street. I reported the theft, then went about my business. A few hours ago, someone used a sending spell to notify me that my satchel had been found. It found its way to the Crystal Chateau, and that I should claim it at once. I was on my way to retrieve it when I found this. And he begins to like rummage through his pockets, and he like looks to the other side, and like he pulls out and he shows you guys a little like silver ring with a stripe of very familiar red metal. I think someone slipped it into my pocket, but I swear it's not mine. It looks like one of the magic items salvaged from Cal Moreau, but I can't be sure. You believe me, right?
Riot will put his hand over Prolix's hand and say, "Put that back in your robes and follow us. We're being currently stalked by a little badge that goes to somebody that we know is part of that group. Wink, wink. And I have a feeling that there's a larger network going on here. And all of us, or at least I saw, associates that we perhaps have run into were talking to James. We know that they are associates of the Vermilion. We don't know how far it is, but it is something that we are unsure of currently. If you know anything what happened to Life Dome, we're going to go to an inn and have a small talk. if you would like to come with us, I would be fine with it. But first of all, who are you about to send a message to with the sending stone? Is this to us or someone else?
I borrowed this from the guided district's temple of the mentor. I meant to contact you guys. I wasn't sure if now was a good time, but I've had better of it. I'm sorry. I know how this all looks like. I'm just taking all precautions I can.
I'm going to do an insight check to make sure he's not lying to us.
Go ahead. Roll for it.
11.
11. Go with your guard instinct here, but from what it seems like, he looks earnest. He looks desperate in his claims of innocence. He looks fearful, genuinely so. So either he's doing a marvelous job faking it, or it's all genuine. He looks like he genuinely fears that whoever planted the ring on him also might have planted something in his satchel to further incriminate him. And he's going, yeah.
What is this ring, and why do you think someone's trying to incriminate you? What does it have to do with the attack in the Life Dome?
Okay, I'll post it in general chat real quick, and then I'll post it from there to our Roll20 chat so you can take a good look at it and tell me what is wrong with it.
It has ruidium.
I think it is from Kalmaro, salvaged from there.
Riot, if possible, will place the sending stone in the hand with the ring and kind of palm it for the ring and take it away from him without anybody being able to see the crowd or Cosmo or anything. Kind of do a little switcheroo.
No, let's get to the room. I think that's the best place.
Roll me sleight of hand.
Who?
Riot, roll me sleight of hand. 13. One moment. Okay. You put it into your hand for now, switching to objects around, masking it all under the pretense or the genuine gesture of trying to help Prox here. As he goes on to explain that he fears that whoever planted this ring has also planted something within his satchel to further incriminate him. He keeps on expressing that fear, and it says, I have no intentions of returning to the chateau. I don't want to check in with whoever did this. I don't even know if I can trust my own superiors. I do have a message from Grizz, but it could wait till we arrive at the inn.
Let's go to the end, and I'm going to I'm going to speak it to Prolix. I'm taking this so it doesn't look like you have it right now, okay?
I don't want anything to do with it.
Melina will be able to figure out what it is.
Okay.
Riot will look up and be like, we should take him with us. I think he needs our help.
Anybody
like
else? Yeah.
Let's get to the room. Can we
Show
get
the
to a room? A place of privacy. And then we can figure out who has what. And to be honest, I think that we need to really clarify do our best to understand what these items are. Riot, you're a little radical at times. I'm a little weary of you holding such a thing.
Holding what?
You know what you're holding.
Shiny.
Yeah, and I get that it's shiny, but I need you to trust me that I don't trust your responsibilities with the shiny thing. So let's figure it out in the privacy of this room.
To be fair, I was just going to hand it to Melina.
I'll take it.
But before he hands it off to Melina, he is closing the drapes. So nobody can see inside.
Fair enough.
Riot will hand the ring to Melina and place his satchel onto the bed and pulls out the corrupted coral, and places it on the bed. And say, you might want to look at this first, Melina, before the ring. Because this was in the apartment, and he's saying this quietly, knowing full well people could be spying around them. This was in Neem's apartment. This also was by a map, and if I don't have any notes, but we'll pull out his little version of the map and say there's markings on buildings here. 3 buildings in the Suncut Bazaar, if I'm remembering correctly, Tom.
Yeah,
Three
they're.
buildings.
Yeah, I did mark them on your map,
Yeah.
just to sort of reflect that they're like right over here marked.
Yeah. So there are three places marked on the map that was in there about places of interest. It looked like the crossed out ones looked like they'd been there. There's one that has not been crossed out yet. Now, whether this piece was found in Morrow or somewhere else, it seems like they are doing things behind the scenes that perhaps aren't exactly forthcoming to what the Handel Ord would like. It seems that way, but we haven't looked at it or taken any step towards it.
Well, we have a lot
But
to
I think all
unfold.
of you guys need to know this. This is what I've been holding on to, but we left that area and immediately went into an area surrounded by people.
Well, let's do one thing at a time. First, I'll actually take the ring first, because Prolix is here. He seems to be in a hurry. But that'll take a little bit more time to study. Prolix, while you're here, I'm going to take a look at this. If there's any other information, please tell us. Where you got it, who you bumped into, did you see anyone, were you with anyone, anything. And then she'll take the ring first and do that. Just handle that first off. Then we can spend time looking at the map.
I'm not in a hurry. I have no intentions of coming back to the Crystal Chateau anytime soon until I know who is trying to set me up. I can't exactly trust anyone, but you've been nice to me, nice enough, and I hope I'm not wrong in putting my trust in you. Let me see here. I have a friend, a bookkeeper, Keem. She manages the Omnivore Library in the Sigil District and has records of every item of antiquity salvaged from Calbaro. I think that if we can determine where this ring came from, we can find the mastermind behind this plot.
Does the I'm gonna assume not, but does it look familiar? Does anyone in does it ring a bell or anything? Like, have you never seen it, or was this something held in the archives?
We have recovered many such artifacts, either made from or tainted with this new element, but this seems to have been crafted by smiths within this. I'm not sure. We only have theories. If this item was recovered from Calbaro, like I suspect, it would be noted in Kim's books, her records, in the Omnivore Library. We record every finding. Everything is logged.
Probably if you say someone's crafting it, right, we'll reach forward and flip over the ore that he found and show the other side. It looks like somebody was putting this over a grinding stone. It looks like work has been done to this piece of coral ore.
Maybe somebody's trying to frame you as well if you're finding these items in your possession. But I'm not sure where you got that from, so...
I found this from a person who was in the Legion of... was in the consortium.
Might as well be them. I truly hope it is them, and not somebody from within. But... I don't know. It was somebody who had access to my things, to my belongings. Doesn't make sense.
We had mentioned to Grizz that we think there's a mole in your institution, but it didn't seem like he was taken very seriously.
I don't know. There's something going on. He has been my mentor for many years, and I want to trust him, but this is serious. And I mean, I would like to imagine that he has a good judge of character and does not let just anybody into the order. Speaking of which, I suppose that everything is bad. I do have this. And he brings out from his inner cloak pocket a little letter that is sort of tied to a thick bundle, sort of wrapped around with thin rope, and he sort of puts it on the bed. It is for you.
Are
Me?
these medallions
For all of you.
invisible, right?
Ah,
What am I
These-
missing?
Are these the medallions for allowing us to join the Allegiance?
I was only asked to deliver it.
What is it? Letters?
It's
There's
a single letter sort of tied to a thick bundle, all tied together in a package.
Right, we'll take the letter and read it.
It reads in
No, you'll
common,
read our letter.
in very fine penmanship, written ink. Good tidings. Having considered Professor Yousaf's vouch for you and yours, I am delighted to inform you your application to join the Allegiance of All Sight has been considered, weighted, and approved. Congratulations. If you would kindly provide a meeting place of your convenience, I shall dispatch forth further missions for you. Your new uniforms and badges are provided within. Please accept my personal congratulations for your outstanding achievements. Welcome to the Allegiance of All Sight. Signed, Grizz, actress.
This is
Who
for us
was-
completing the mission.
Who was the other name that you just dropped? Yusuf? Yusaf?
Yusuf
Prolix.
Prolix.
Oh, Yusuf Pro. I forget his first name. I just know Prolix. Okay, never mind. I'm good.
Same. Prolix, you had mentioned somebody might be framing you for the assassination attempt. I'm curious. What do you know of? I'm gonna have to put it in chat, but Mkesney of the Mystic Pursuits.
She used to be a student in my class years ago, but she's a dropout.
She's a dropout.
Yes, a Crystal Chateau dropout. We haven't really spoken much in years, and I don't really deal in her sort of district. I think I came to visit once, twice a year. Why? Do you think she has something to do with this?
I do. Actually, I do think that she has something to do with this, because that very assassination attempt in the Life Dome brought forth essentially some stalkers, air elementals, and in my research, I was at the Library of the Cobalt Soul, and it just so happens the book I had checked out to read contained a ritual to summon those assassins. But that page, the ritual to bring them to life, was torn out of the book. And the last person to check out that book, the last person who that book was lent out to, was Mkesney.
That's a great finding, Zeno.
So I'm wondering how this person's involved, whether they know it or not. So, what is there anything else other than this person being a student in one of your classes? Is there anything else you can share? Past events, things that might have created distrust for you towards this person. I don't want to accuse them of being the outright person to summon an assassin, but it does seem like the past is leading towards them.
Does it? I mean, she used to be a charlatan, something that got her into much trouble and eventually led her to being, kicked out. But I can't quite point a finger at her just yet. I don't have any concrete facts that would solidify her, and if I had them, I would have expressed such suspicions. But if what you say is true, well, there are many reasons why one might want to pursue such magics, especially her being who she is today, a shop owner, or perhaps I don't. He doesn't quite know. He doesn't. I don't want to point fingers at anybody.
Sure.
without any concrete proof. He did suggest to you already a solution. What he thinks is the course of action. It's up to you and your group to discuss any other options. As far as Prolix is concerned, he, being the academic he is, puts his trust in facts, and he knows that this object that was planted on him, this ring, if it is from Kalmaro, it is registered. And if it isn't, well, then maybe then you can point your finger at just about anybody, right? But if there's a way to trace it, then therein lies the truth with the Omnivore Library in the Sigil District, with a bookkeeper.
Riot was listening to see if a bat is perching outside the window, if there was a little click or anything like that of feet catching hold of something.
From
the window,
from within the room, you don't see one inside.
No, here he's trying to hear to see if they're outside listening in or something.
Sure, roll a perception check.
18.
With an 18, you're listening for any scratching upon the wood, and you do hear something. But it's not coming from a window, it's coming from the corner. You see a little corner rat skittering under one of the dressers.
One second. Let's see.
Blast him with the 12 gauge, Dale.
God, I kind of want to burn this, but I don't want to. Oh, fuck, might as well. I'm going to cast Detect Magic real quick to see if that's a familiar.
Aside from the magical objects held upon your allies, and you detect no aura coming from the mouse beneath the dresser.
Is there any aura coming from the items that Prolix is giving us, the outfits and the emblems?
No.
Okay. Riot will distribute the.
There's a very strong aura coming off the ring in your in Melina's position.
Melina, you have a very powerful object there, by the way. I just cast Detect Magic. It is rather bright.
I'm sure the ruidium is only an enhancing what this actually is.
It's like through the lens of your Detect Magic, you can see like from the where is it on you, Melina? Where are you holding it?
I have it in my hand. I'm just palming it, and I'm trying to begin
okay.
the ritual to decipher it.
It's like through the lens of your Detect Magic, you can see the miasma spreading from it like veins up her arm and sort of like really bonding with the essence of this living flesh it's currently touching.
Melina, I don't know if you should be holding on it. That might be better on the bed right now. It looks like it's reaching towards you.
Unfortunately, I do have to touch it to figure it out. 10 minutes. I mean, it shouldn't be that bad.
What's your ritual look like?
Good question. Other than that, she's just sitting down on the bed as comfortable as she can. The ring's, palm facing up, kind of close to her chest. The other hand, that's with her left hand, she's holding it. With her right hand, using her wand, kind of like tapping like incantations, making little marks in the air, and just kind of with a break in between talking to Prolix and doing the ritual, she's just like speaking in you know what, let's do Abyssal for fun.
Okay. As you are going through your ritual and talking to the ring, you hear it somewhat whisper back to you. It is not in a language, but more like in a series of like images in your head that your mind tries its hardest to translate to like a common language in your mind. And you make out a little whimper. Don't leave me. Do not forget me.
Alexian, my boy.
You're my boy,
Um,
Blue.
You're my boy, Blue. Sorry, I'm trying to just frantically like type all these notes out. I have like a whole page already. As I'm going through the incantations and just trying to take a break from when I'm speaking, with wide eyes, she's kind of like speaking the guttural like kind of language. She's like, I can hear him. It's Elixion. It's definitely tied to the Ruidium, but I don't know how. He hasn't said much, just to not forget him. And then I'll still carry on to identify it.
Are you
As
sure it's him?
I know his voice.
you going through the ritual, you hear the ring speak out. Are you still coming? So afraid.
When he talks to me, I verbatim repeat what the ring is saying to me.
I've forgotten what it's like to be touched. I forgot 1,000 years ago. And begins to fade as your spell now sort of manifests around the ring, begins to penetrate its essence, begin to identify it, and you consider not a ritual of yours. What do the rest of you guys do?
I'm curious what Melina has uncovered.
You visually look at the ring. This ring has like a stripe of this rudium essence running through it. And it really truly calls out to be worn by you, by anyone, to be touched, to be felt. If you were just waiting for this ring to be identified, I can just reveal it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alex, what does walk me through this step by step. Your satchel was stolen. Somebody placed this ring into your pocket. Why does that lead to you believing that someone's trying to frame you for our assassination attempt?
Somebody's trying to associate him with ruidium items, trying to put him as somebody working perhaps with the consortium, perhaps with other factions, not hiding away ruidium items instead of archiving them like the rest of his faction is trying to do. Trying to make it look like he's breaking protocol.
Since this ring is on record, and if someone planted it on them, they'll just immediately say, oh, well, this was on record. He has the ring, therefore he stole it.
Here's your ring.
Setup.
Red Fury.
Therefore, he's probably a mole doing other things as well. Gotcha.
Yeah. That's for 1 minute to live.
Wow.
Nice. So while everyone's reading, finishing up, touching the last of the runes that she's drawing in her mind and everything, and with the wand, she'll place it down. She'll slowly put the ring down and describe everything with it. This is something very powerful. You were lucky to find this deep within Kalmoro. To put this on you, Prolix, this would almost guarantee your guiltiness if you were to be, if someone else had found you. But this is a mighty treasure from Elixion. We know what the effects of ruidium has. Nothing comes this easy. Something has a catch to it. I just can't see it. Or perhaps it's his blessing in here. Just like how the amulet came to us. Hard to say.
Yeah, I think that we do need to see if this is registered, right?
I'll have to talk to Keen.
Yeah. She'll be a good source to at least get our feet wet with this and start somewhere. At least we have a lead.
You want to look at that coral there, Melina?
I will look at the coral.
Part of me is wondering if this ring was created from this coral. Because there's
possible.
grinding marks that were already on it.
So-
Sorry, I was going to finish. And it looks like that this band was just made from a sliver of iridium, or a gemstone. Like there could be a connection. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I mean you're good there. I was just going to see what else. No, don't worry. You're good. You're good. Well, I don't want to say it. I'll regret it later. I need to give you guys
After identify the ring, if there's anything to identify with the coral from using the identify spell again, then I'll identify if there's properties or anything with it. Magical properties.
You are familiar, being from the Order of Ayun, being from the Order of the Cobalt Soul. Oftentimes, gemstones and precious rock is imbued with magic and emotion to sort of accent it forward. Both the ring and this bit of an infested coral emanate very strong magics tied with emotion. Manipulation of thereof, as if emotion was bestowed onto an object, painted upon it. From the ring, you detect anger, rage, and from the festering coral too, you detect a bit of sorrow and melancholy that have really clung on to these objects. The festering coral has little pockets of magic within it, little clusters of ore growing, that some of it has seemed to have been like grinded into, as if somebody was trying to take it away. Long story short, ruidium is a very good substitute for magic components. Like 1 ounce of it could probably substitute 500 gold pieces worth of components for a spell.
Seriously?
Well, I can see why anyone would want to get their hands on this, process it, make a fortune. Unfortunately, it's just not
And you
stable.
left that necklace behind? Damn it.
I
That
mean,
necklace, leaving that necklace behind is going to save our ass. Not going to be
Maybe.
trailed.
What? Say it again? Why is it going to save our ass?
If we were to take
Because-
that and just profit it for a normal value or something, like how it seems like Julian would want to do. We were there last. Oh, the necklace is missing. They know our faces. Neem knows us. You're gonna have a whole organization out to get us at that point.
Team's bad is already following us.
How is that any different? I agree, but don't forget there's 2 other items that were taken. You know, so the same thought applies.
Yeah,
to our current
I'm just
situation.
saying that would
To
be
our
a little
exact
bit.
current situation. We're in that situation now.
Yes, the other 2 things maybe not have as much of a value. Hint, hint, the bag that Riot showed us. It's like, well, they can probably just deal without that. Maybe it's just a town, hoo-ha or something.
Well, from
Riot-
Zach's
Riot-
perspective,
I'm not mentioning we have drugs. Go ahead.
Well, from Zach's perspective, we never entered his room. We met him outside, and then Nia asked him to show us the arena, and we all went together with him. We never went into his room. Should be no reason that they would suspect it was us who took it. How
Julian,
We've
let
done
me
that.
ask you this. We're in this room now,
True.
okay? Let's look at it this way. All right, you have your room, you walk outside, there's a whole group of people, and only that group of people. And those are the only people that you last see near your room. People you've never seen before. And shortly after you leave and you come back, the guards say those very people were still around and we found a break-in in your room. Who would you suspect? Probably those
Fair
people.
enough.
So
Fair
I'm
enough.
saying is
Maybe.
we're in that situation now. So not that, what's done is done. We just have to be very careful moving forward.
The point I wanted to make is that taking something of a very large value like this ruidium necklace that Neem has, that would warrant bloodlust probably at that point to lose such a great thing, other than just a bag of sand that I'm referring to as a bag of sand, or something else. Yes. But what's done is done now. Yeah, that's a pretty big find. We already know that they're using it to enhance magical stuff and everything, but I was what's the word I was saying? I had the hypothesis that it was like, or I think we all knew too, that it was tied to like his anger, emotion, melancholy, depression, whatever he was feeling, but now for certain we know it's into these crystals and rings and everything.
Also, Zag's weapon had a nice big red shiny stone in his weapon as well.
At this rate, the Allegiance of Allsight and whoever else is against them, the library, scar bearers and everything, they're going to start to lose the arms race here. They're going to become stronger, and when they do, they're going to attack. Just the thought.
Who do you think is going to attack who?
I think once the Vermilion has what they're looking for, and they're able to hoard these amounts of these findings and all that stuff, it's just a matter of putting their time together and plotting and doing whatever. But they still don't have the amulet. That's the good thing.
There is an interest there.
This ring, it's a weird combination of abilities that it grants its wearer.
It's definitely unique.
Breathing underwater and swimming also makes you stronger and deadlier. It also makes you more nimble.
It seems like nothing but benefits at that point. But I'm not able to see anything past what I've already revealed.
I don't see benefits. I see a ring imbued with ruidium and chaos. And anybody who dons this type of material just turns to a different side.
So you don't want to wear it?
They change. I'm not saying I don't want to wear it. I don't want to wear it. I don't want any of you to wear it. I think from what we've seen, anybody who wears and sort of lives for ruidium, they become something else.
Well, we do have to report this to Prolix's friend, so probably won't be keeping it anyway.
We should definitely we should definitely run that to the ground, figure out what we can about it, where it came from, and hopefully, Prolix, we get more information for you, for your sake.
What was his friend's name again?
Keem.
Keem.
Is it Keem or Keam?
Khime.
Jesus Christ. I should have figured.
Couldn't be easy.
Bookkeeper of the Omnival Library in the Central District.
Spell Omnival.
Omnival. Library in the
That's what I have. Very good.
You get a gold star.
I thought it was going to be like OHZN, like something.
You walk past it like several times, just never had any interest of going in there.
I'm just poking fun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, what were you saying, Riot, about the map? There's two, because I also wasn't here last session.
I didn't say it last session to anybody. This is the first time I'm saying it.
No, I mean, I don't know, like if it was revealed or anything to you. There was just two things. Is that it? Like you just have two markings?
The two markings and one house or place that has been circled for inspection, it looked like. That's all I have.
It could be a number of hideouts, or it could be a number of ways to get into Kalmora. It could be a number of things.
Or it could be places that they're targeting to hit.
What were the places that were crossed out? You know, do we know what happened to those places?
No, we haven't even gone there to look. We went to the arena instead.
That might be a lead we can go down to see why those places, locations were crossed off. Whether it is because of a search or because of a target, as you say, or hit. I think we should look at all 3 sites, right? I believe you said there were 3, 2 that were X'd and 1 that was not.
Yeah, we should probably see the 2 that are X'd out first before we see the 3rd, but I found one other thing in there. Riot will just reach into the bag, but not pull out any of the substance, but will actually pull out a petal that was in the bag, and he'll just show it to Julian.
Petal.
Yes, remember when you told me that there was petals inside the bag?
Yes. No, I know. I'm just. You say like pebble a little bit, so I'm just making sure. Yeah. Petal.
Like a flower petal.
Out of which bag? Just so that I understand in the grand scheme of things, that sued bag.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
He's not taking any of the substance out. He's just taking a.
It's pink in color. It's sort of dusted with this blue substance a little bit toward the edges of it, which is a little bit like glitter on a petal, making it sort of beautiful, actually. Just the one in your palm.
Yeah. There's more inside.
Julian raises an eyebrow at this and says, "You found this in a bag in Zach's house?"
Or Neem's house. It looks like it. More Neem than Zach's. But
Big
yes,
room.
there's a chance that she has a connection with them as well. So all of this could mean they're planning a heist. They could be planning break-ins. They could be planning a lot. But
Right.
Educate some of us that aren't familiar with this petal. All I see is a flower petal.
do you not remember what? Do you not remember what Murshid said? Wait, they could have understand that, could they?
No, that was told to everybody in the most like basic form.
Thieves can't to anybody who doesn't speak thief.
Riot. Yeah, I'm role playing here. Riot, tell me about this flower petal.
Oh, fuck, do I still have that? Insane.
Or somebody who has their Word document that didn't get deleted.
Riot. Well, I remember kind of what it said. Riot looks over at Zeno and said, Rashid said that you must follow the petals, and that the Lucky Runs has a very nice flowery scent in the bathroom.
Find House of Blossoms.
Yeah.
You must follow the scent of petals. Right? Yep.
Also, if you remember, I found that note. To find the House of Blossoms, one was follow the scent of petals. Thank you. And also, if you remember, I found Melina found the bookmark in the Cobalt Soul, and I deciphered it for everybody. It seems that the Vermilion Dream has connections to the Veil. It would seem.
Not surprising.
Which means that if the targets are places to hit, you never know what could be occurring. I'm not a smart one, I'm just very much observant. I don't think of things like this, but it seems like after what's happened to Prolix, something being slipped into his pocket, us finding this ore, us finding ruidium, it seems that even us getting ambushed in the Life Dome, at one point I remember someone saying that, what does this politics all have to do with us? I think we are smack dab in the middle of this politics and everything is surrounding us, and we don't even realize it. I feel like we need to perhaps find the Veil ourselves a little bit to find out our own information and perhaps find a way to get some knowledge. Maybe even can catch a glimpse of Neem or somebody else that's within this multiple layers of deceiving and deception. figure out what's happening to Prolix, what's happening to the Allegiance of Allsight. And if you remember, Maggie even said if they feel like something's corrupted in there. And Prolix is a complete show of faith that something is going on. And it's up to us to figure it out.
It's just a bunch of cogs in the bigger, machine. The picture of what we need to work for is Elixion. But right now I'm starting to feel the burden of great adventurers and the ones that came before us. Everyone's coming to us now with their problems. No offense, problem.
Sub taken. I would like to imagine I'm not a burden. This is very much a serious matter. It concerns
You're not
you
a burden.
as well.
I'm just saying.
You almost died.
You're not a burden. It's just taxing. That's all I'm saying. But that shows that we're competent and that we get shit done.
I'm just feeling guilty because we've sort of set you that mission and we almost died. So I felt like I owed you this one by having you directly involved in the finding the truth behind this all. And there's not many I would trust with finding out the truth at this point.
No, I know that. We all know that, and we appreciate it.
Especially you, Nia. There's nobody I would trust more than you, Nia. I know you haven't said much.
Julian, I have a feeling that Prolix would probably stay in this room.
I would love nothing more. Do you mind?
I don't mind, Prolix. You got a sleeping bag?
Nope.
I'll kick the left side of the bed.
Yeah. We can sort of clamber up to the bed and sort of settles down and taps his left side.
I guess he's a small guy.
You'll
he's your little spoon.
You'll barely notice I'm here.
Sure.
You got a roommate.
One other question for you. You said your bag is being held in the Crystal Chateau, right?
My satchel, yes.
Your satchel. Would these sigils that we now have allow us entry into the Crystal Chateau?
Yes. You may consider yourselves part of the Allegiance of Allsight, a great honor, if I may add. Despite everything that has occurred, we are an organization with much history, and you have much to be proud of, having been this far. And I feel a bit of pride as well. I think this is the beginning of something wonderful. You will hereforth have access to many new things, including the Crystal Chateau, yes.
Would you be able to draw us the map or give us of where we need to go to see where your stuff is, to perhaps see who's actually holding it?
I will try. Well, I don't know where my stuff is. My satchel, I have told you, I've misplaced it. So I'm going over what he said. He says that earlier this day, a thief snatched his satchel as he was walking down the street, right? He did see where it was snatched. He then reported the theft and went about his business, right? A few hours, somebody used a sending spell, and then notified him that his satchel has been found within the Crystal Chateau, and that he should claim it at once. However,
where would he go to claim it is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, so he went toward the Crystal Chateau just to find out himself, because he doesn't know an exact location. He was just gonna go and be like, "Did somebody find my satchel? I'm Prolix. Somebody find my satchel." People know him there, right? But then he found the ring and he realized that something is afoot, so he didn't go to the Crystal Chateau. So he doesn't know where his satchel is. He was just planning to just go there and just ask, same as you guys,
So Prolix, if we have the ring, maybe we can. I don't know if you'd be up for this about being brave, but if you go and claim your items, perhaps we could be there with you. Not have the item with us, but after we go and deal with Keem and everything.
I don't think that's wise. It sounds like a trap, Big Sap. I could lose everything, my career, I could get incarcerated for breaking the Allegiance of Allsight's laws. I thought you trusted me when I said this.
No. We do trust you. I'm trying to think of a way for us to draw people out. I have a feeling people are working in the shadows, but perhaps somebody who's nimble and can be disguised as you. Bri just looks over at Julian right now.
You by doing that, you would not risk me directly. For once this guy has fallen, it is you who is in that scene,
Yeah.
not I.
We'll take the blame.
Oh, well, one of us would, but
He-
there's one person that's quite nimble and very
Yeah,
persuasive.
for
That's
sure,
too
and that
much of
sounds
a
like
risk.
a wonderful plan. I'm just making it very evident that he just doesn't want to put himself on that line of fire and lose his life's work. You know.
Yeah.
Do you need anything else out of your bag? Like, was there anything in there? Or,
I'm trying to remember myself.
like, do we need the bag? I feel like we just have like the most important thing.
I
It's just
would
the
like
ring.
it back. It did contain some important research papers and stuff I was working on earlier this morning, and I mean it's my possession, but that's not really priority. No, I mostly want to find out who is trying to frame me here, and I mean this is a move, and we can like playing chess, make a counter move and win this game.
I
Keep it
agree.
going.
It is like chess. We have to be logical and smart about this. Running up to there, bringing products with us, we'll fall right into that trap, and we'll be there with him, aiding and abetting. If one of us is disguised or anything, that makes it look like we know something else is going on as well. It also puts us on the chopping block. I think going to the bookkeeper would be the best decision.
Would you guys like to head off now then?
Well,
Make it not look like we're spending too much
Hold
time
on.
this spot.
Wasn't done talking?
you go ahead.
No, you weren't done talking.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, like, we have a lot going on. Like, we have a fucking laundry list of things to do because we're competent able bodies. Let's handle one thing at a time. First, like, I don't know what this elf dude, like, what his time. We know where he lives, so we might have a little bit of time on that one. But I also feel like everything we're doing is, like, very long. Like, it's gonna be multiple spanning days, maybe. Do you guys want to finish the elf thing first and just like conduct our business with that and then just report back? 'Cause that's all that we have to do is just report back. Be like, hey, what's this guy's deal? Report back.
And just
Well,
to
what do you mean by
alleviate it,
finish it? Like break into his house and go through his things?
No, we don't need to break into anybody's house.
I got my wild sheds back. I can kind of crawl down as a spider and go in and see what I can see.
We have.
I feel like no one listened to me
familiar.
earlier. Yeah, I don't think anyone was listening to me earlier.
what did we miss?
When I was talking about the elf guy,
Uh-huh.
we need to find out his motive with the Zahir cultist. Just approach him directly and just make it seem like, hey,
Oh.
we're Zahir cultist. Here, this man can turn into a snake. Ooh, look, Zahir. And then Riot turns into a snake man. Or just a giant boa constrictor or something. And then I use my familiar. It's a snake. Look, it's all theatrics. We get him to gain his trust, talk to him. I don't know, do something like that. That seems the most direct way. We get to know his name, find out what he's looking for, and just report it back.
Go into a boa constrictor.
Snake, whatever. I don't know what there is.
Right now, check the VR.
A little garter snake, a little corn snake.
The only thing I can turn into a poisonous snake, to be honest.
I know my familiar can. I feel like that's a low CR to be able to do.
Because it knows no reflection in the mirror.
What?
We're just being a little shit.
See, I thought that was vampires.
You're using the Pathfinder art for Vampire Lord, so I was just making a joke.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, is that what that is?
Yeah, it is.
Well, then in that case.
I was waiting all campaign for Mirror to show up, but I don't want to distract you. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract. I was just making a joke.
I had no idea that's where I fucked it from. But in my alternate reality, I am a vampire. Lord,
Right.
Everybody knows.
So, I'm gonna say this. It's 9:30. If you guys want to keep going, I can keep going. I just noticed some people, it is a Monday, and we've been playing for like 3.5 hours. So if people want to sort of call it, and we can coalesce and come up with a plan for next session, we can do that, but your call.
I'd like to get a plan together and pick
Okay.
what we want to do and kind of like talk about it over the week.
Sure.
That can be a poisonous snake.
Yeah.
Alright, so
That can be a giant poisonous snake, actually.
pull this up. What are our missions here? The Zahir guy.
Zahir's
the-
one.
Zahir is one for, and that's for the Cobalt Soul. Our friend here, Prolix, has something going on.
Yep.
Let's see here. And then I'd still like to follow up with this Amkesny. So far, that's the only lead on the assassination. So we need to follow up with that.
While
Those are
we're
like
there,
the
also
three.
there's perhaps things that are being broken into in that area as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of things. I would go by order of just like precedence of like what should be done rather quickly because like we'll either lose out or
I
things
feel like
move
the
around
first
a
thing
little.
we need to deal with is Prolix being framed before he gets arrested. Because people start looking through his things within like the following days. And then they start looking for him.
Yeah, I feel like Prolix is. I don't think the Zahir guy is going anywhere for a day or two. Prolix, though, could lose everything.
Well,
Did you guys find out?
nobody knows anybody yet. The ring is safely with you. I don't know how this will develop, but do not let the rush of time sabotage you from doing a fair job at helping me here. As long as the ring is safe, kept safe with you. Keep it safe.
Hey, Melina, you might want to put the piece of ore, the coral, in the bag of holding so people can't find it, as well as the bag I have here. Therefore, people can't actually locate it.
Do you think someone would try to steal the ring after planting it on you?
I'm not talking about the ring. I'm
talking
the
about
coral. Oh,
He doesn't know. He doesn't even have any reason to believe so. It's been planted on him to be so he can be found with the ring, right? The way he thinks that the satchel is a trap, right? He goes to retrieve his satchel, and somebody's trying to like make it so he is found with this ring in his pocket.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would somebody try and steal it back? But again, this is not to talk you out of thinking for yourself.
I feel like the Zakir guy could just be wrapped up like super quick because all we have to do is just observe and report.
sure. Let's
Because
go
that
do
could be done. Yeah. What time is it now in the day?
It's literally
Possibly
approaching
twilight.
sunset. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You guys were there earlier.
I feel
today.
like
yeah, you
just
guys were there midday. I
observing-
think this is at night.
I feel like just observing him though isn't going to reveal anything if he is being suspicious.
Okay. I'm saying again, we're going to directly approach him. So like we observed, like meaning like we see what he's doing, engage with him, talk to him a
You
little
want to
bit.
pretend to be a cultist
Yes.
or a part of Veil.
Yes, cultist. Because I can have Kane appeal, be like, "Oh, look, snake
happens
nature,
if-
snakes and everything," and then we try to appeal to him. We have to gain his trust, see what he's trying to do. I don't know. It could lead to something, and then we just need to tell Sora, and then she can handle it from there.
You have a staff.
What if he's actually completely innocent? He's not sus at all. He's kind of just like a dude with a weird staff minding his own business, and when we approach him as like cultists that are trying to recruit him, he reports us to the Hand of Ord, and then they start coming on us. What do we do at that point?
To be also fair, his place is right across from Neems, and our group has been seen right after a break into that area as well. In case people forgot that.
Well, I think we broke into the wrong person's house, but that's just me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a bit rushed.
The thing is we know where he lives and where he frequents. We just need to stay on the outside, watch if he leaves, approach him. Maybe we know he frequents the tree, Melora's tree that we were at. When we were having that food the other night. So he likes to sit under there. That's possible, spot where he might be. It's away from everything.
Those are the Wild Mother.
Yeah. Something just close out. But yeah, we can formulate that plan more, but that can be done, I think, rather quick.
All right, so that's the plan we're going to talk about throughout the week. Is that here?
I'm open to both. I mean, we can do a bunch of stuff. Tom, are you going through my sheet?
I'm looking for any spells you have that have very expensive spell components.
Don't
Oh, okay.
touch
I was
my
trying to think.
shit.
I was looking. I was like, why is my sheet freaking out? But never mind.
You don't have any spells that use spell components, eh?
Not really.
So this Ruidium is like nothing to you. Okay.
Not really.
Okay. Fair enough. I was just trying to like come up with angles, like, you know, mage sees spell components. What can mage use for?
The
You know.
only one that has spell components is me, and that's for Revivify.
All right, Revivify. Well, it can be used for that too. So
I have a bunch of spell.
you essentially have a 500 gold piece gemstone.
I just
That-
want to put it in the
diamond.
bag of holding right now, so nobody can fuck with finding it.
Prolix, without needing an insight check, you see Prolix visually see you put it away and stuff, and you can tell that he wants to say something, but because you're helping him, he won't say just yet. Like something along the lines of like he's trying to like raise the point of like, well, maybe you should
say it.
report it, you know, and then like, but like because you're helping him, he's not gonna tell you how to live your life, kind of thing. But you can tell that he's opposed that sort of action of you keeping it. And knowing that he's working for Allegiance also, you know how they handle Ruidium, right? So they sort of story.
Ryan's gonna look at Pollux and be like, "We're putting it in a bag of holding because we found it in someone else's area. They can locate it as an item. If we put it into this bag, it can't be located.
Oh, that's
We're
smart.
doing this so it's not like we're keeping it. It's more we're protecting from where we are. And Riot's also gonna put the bag of soon into the bag of holding as well. So that can't be cracked either.
I'm a pack mule now.
Well, you have the bag of holding. That's what the person is with the bag of holding. Is the bag mule.
Okay, no, I trust you. Oh, you're right. Sorry, it's nerves.
Also, if you think about it, Prolix, if there is a leak in the all site, and somebody who's betraying somebody else, who says that this Ruidium won't actually get out again if we handed it in right away? There's a chance that if we hand it in, it will immediately be brought back to the person that we found it on.
Okay, reassured. Both DM reassured and Prolix reassured. I actually get what your plan is. I actually forgot that it's a whole separate plane and it protects against divination. So actually, you reminded me of something very important. That's very smart. That's cool.
Yeah.
It's like a lead box.
Speaking of divination,
basically.
completely forgot. Small thing. I think I know who was scrying on us earlier. I don't have 100% though, but I'm 90% sure. I've mentioned his name before. It's a friend of mine from back in Rexitrum. When Nia did her little like thing with the Inquisitor, and then I told them when we were at that fountain with the snake lady in the very beginning, saying this is where we're going, and then blah blah blah, Elixion. I think it was my friend Rashid, curator from another library, who was hailing us.
Well, you might want to check that out to cross that name off the list if we don't or do know.
He would cast sending on nuts. He would cast
No.
scrying on us instead of just sending.
Yes,
Why?
able to. Probably wants to see what we're doing.
Why not just ask you?
I don't know.
Seems more of a way of a
Tom
more
and I-
suspicious way around it than anything else, to be honest.
So
Yeah,
to
I
answer
remember Tom and I had talked, but
to answer the question, whenever a Cobalt Soul agent travels around, whenever they go back to a base, there are, if you don't possess such magic, there are the curators who possess descending spells. Usually you would refer to such a person to communicate between two curators, right? So if you did want to commune with them, that's how you would contact them. And that's likely how they kept in contact regarding you this entire time, right? We discussed this, that they're aware that you're here, etc. But and scrying, well, I mean, like, I've presented scrying as a thing since, like, I think Jigao, back when Nia got in trouble.
Yeah, we also used scrying to check on Io to see where she was in the wastelands.
I
it's
feel
just
like,
a subtle way.
yeah.
Not 100% sure, but it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be, I want to say Mazakin, but I don't think. I know it's not.
Mazikeen.
Yeah, from Lucifer, the demon girl.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I was like, I don't have her in this campaign. Who are you talking about?
What?
No, the shop lady that took the.
I'm Kasni?
Yeah, Kasmi.
I'm a
Like, it
Kasni.
could have been
Okay.
Kasmi.
Yeah.
I don't like all my notes are gone.
Mazikeen. I wish I named her Mazikeen.
It would have been freaking sick.
Pretty sure Mazikeen is one of the demon lords of the Nine Hells.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But she could have been one of the ones scrying on us. She might be a paltry charlatan, but who says she hasn't studied up enough to actually simply do that?
Yeah, and Zeno found the book pages ripped out, so she definitely has some possibilities. We just need to explore it more.
Exactly.
But, yep, there's a lot to do. It's a heavy burden being great adventurers.
You get to pick and choose where you want to go. But hey, you got your badges now. For all I care, next session you can just hop into that hole and go to Cal Moreau.
I'm going straight to Cal Moreau. I'll see you guys there.
So, Prolix,
Kitty.
let's say we go to the Crystal Cacho, we talk to Keem. What exactly do you want us to
The Crystal Cacho. Julian ain't French. Did fuck this shit. Yo.
Go ahead, dude. Crystal Cajal.
Crystal Cacho.
I don't speak French, I speak Americanese.
Yeah.
Alright, go
What
ahead.
exactly do you want us to tell him? You want us to tell him that we... What exactly do you want us to tell him? Like, how would we explain how we obtained this ring?
We don't say that we have. We simply ask if there's a ring. We know the name of it. If it was studied.
Yeah, just give a description of what you like. You know, you're now members of the Allegiance. These uniforms you've received, these badges, which let your imagination run. They're pretty fancy. Allow you that sort of access to go to this Omnivore library, present yourself as members of the Allegiance, and be like, listen, we need information regarding this item. We're making an inquiry. Right? You can certainly try.
Just asking for information about the item. Don't even mention that we have it or anything.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I would not tell the Allegiance of Allsight that we have it. That's only going to bring attention.
Okay.
I say just go right to the bookkeeper, talk to him, or talk to her. You say like, hey, maybe just divulge, like, Prox is in trouble. There's a lot of inner political fighting right now. A lot of moving parts. We're looking for this record. See what the record entails. I don't know. And then just go from there.
To be honest, we can do two birds with one stone because we know that the male elf goes to the bows of Melora, of the Wild Mother, so we can go check the bookkeeper out in the morning and see if he's there, and if he's there, we can tell him from there, or confront him from there.
Yeah, I was gonna say we could rest tonight and then do that. Yeah, in the morning, and yeah, like you said, two birds with one stone, or separate them. No matter.
With these badges, do we even need to have
I never expected
justification for looking up information? Like, say we want to look up details on this ring, do we actually have to explain ourselves? Can't we just inquire?
We're new associates. They would know that we're new. So if we immediately go and start looking stuff up.
Are you saying this from experience, or are you assuming?
This is right saying that the headmaster, only a few days ago have we put this forward to see if we can join them. It would fall under logical that people have never seen our faces before. So if we walk in and start asking for something like this, like, it might throw up some red flags.
But not everyone's gonna know, like, who are newcomers in a society like this. Not society, excuse me. Organization so big. Like, there's people who we're never probably gonna meet and be like, oh, how long have you been with the AA for? 10 years. Never seen you before, pal.
Yeah, I don't have my 10-year badge. I only have my one-day badge.
Yeah. I think if you just apply, I think if we just be subtle with it, be cool, apply to, like, hey, your friend's in trouble, help us out, here's our badges, like, we're cool.
I think you guys are
But,
rationalizing a little bit. Like these people put their trust in you. You're members,
Yeah.
right?
That's what I mean.
This is a gesture of trust. Like you're working with us, you're helping us. Here you go. Here's your reward. I mean, you utilize it, right? Not everything has to be against you guys.
That was my thought exactly. In different words, I don't see any harm in us just starting to look into it ourselves. Obviously talk to the bookkeeper, but
Yeah.
I don't think we have to have a whole story about Pollux is in trouble and blah blah blah.
If you don't want to, but it's a
start-
friend.
It's part of the story in a way, and part of everything that we're going through. It is an avenue or of something.
Speaking of this inn room that you're in, a little crampy here for 5 people, I would say, especially with your new roommate. Prolix would mention something that comes with joining the Allegiance. One of your benefits of finally picking a faction and agreeing to join them is that you no longer have to pay for lodging. If you choose, new members receive free lodging in Alcarel's, what was it? Something alcoves, Scrolls Alcoves apartments that you get to enjoy for free.
That's interesting.
Yeah. The only bad news is that Scrolls Alcove, you would know, is those apartments you broke into.
Oh,
So, yeah.
Oh wow, way to burn some bridges there, gents.
Hey, I don't think
Way to burn some
anything is
bridges.
burnt yet, but it certainly is
Oh,
not a
it's
smooth
burnt.
ride. All right, cool.
Only thing
it's
is
not
a monkey
burnt.
broke in.
It's just
Come on.
a little smoky, is all.
Yeah. Okay.
I just can't be a monkey in that area, or else I'll get in trouble.
Yeah. I have a question. Do these doors open in or out?
They open out, I would imagine, because fire
Perfect.
safety.
Because I'm gonna step through and then put the rod of immovability and just barricade everybody in there. Walk away.
Into the room. Us in the room.
Yeah, fuck you guys.
And
Shut
we're
the
stuck
door.
in here until you come and get the door. Come and
Yeah.
get it back.
That's right.
And I set the room on fire, and I found a new party.
And then I go to Calmaro.
All right. Good shit, guys.
I'm just shitting around. I'm getting tired, guys.
Yeah.
Maria's already out.
Did you guys ever
Hey, you
wonder
guys-
why inn rooms have like battle maps?
For ambushes,
Yeah.
Oh.
Anyways,
assassinations.
this boy shows up. Okay. All right, I'm getting tired too. I'm getting wobbly. Nick, do you want to do any other things in terms of plans and stuff?
No, I'll talk about it over the week and put
Yeah.
my plan, just like little bullet points, and then everyone can add to it or something.
Yeah. Sounds good. We're crawling.
Oh yeah, sorry it took me so long, but yeah, apologies for missing last session. I was working in North Carolina and I had like a 65-hour work week,
Wow.
and so we were just fucking destroyed. Monday and Tuesday we went pretty hard, so that's why I had missed.
Finally, I've been waiting to hear that apology all week.
Oh, you're
Wow,
welcome.
I feel
There you
relieved.
go.
Oh, okay. I can sleep tonight.
Good.
Apology accepted.
Oh, thank you. So kind. You have a heart of gold, sir. Never lose it.
So, well, do you four want to go sleep in your free rooms then instead of paying for a room? And
Get
I'm
out!
thinking,
Wallach is chilling
get out of
with
my
you, man.
room.
Wallach is staying with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with Prolux. Sounds like he's afraid to go back there.
Hey, Riot will go to his room to see what it's like. It's not like he was even seen out of any form.
Uh-huh. Is anyone else gonna go to those terrorist schoolhouse rooms?
Terrorist schoolhouse. Oh god.
I would only go back to the rooms if we're gonna agree that we're like gonna do everything the next morning and do the two birds with one stone kind of thing and kind of find out where the elf guy is, or if we're trying to do that, like...
Yeah, we can talk about that in Discord and say that we had like the conversation in the room last night before
Yeah.
separating.
Yeah. I just didn't want to, like, commit to something just in case if we switch our minds.
Nah, let's commit to Zahir. That's what I'm hearing. Like next, immediately next. Is that what you're saying?
Praise here.
Well, the guy, the elf could be at the bows of Wild Mother. Like, unless we go to the alcove, like we could check there as well because we've seen him there mornings and afternoons.
Mm-hmm.
You ran him out of the Cobalt Soul that one time.
Julian is gonna right before people leave. So who is not staying here? Is it basically just everyone leaving?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If we're retiring for the night, then we'll figure that out. I mean, if we're retiring, getting a long rest and everything, and going back to our separate places, then yeah, I would just go back to my free room, maybe.
The reason I'm asking is because just in case anything does happen tonight, Julian's gonna create a telepathic connection with you guys before you leave. So like if something does happen, he can like immediately start shouting in your heads. Like,
how long and how
instead of-
far can that go?
It can. The distance is a mile.
That's
The
good.
duration varies. But I can end the effect and then just use it again.
If it only
So
lasts like
I have a
minute or 10
couple
minutes.
I have
Yeah,
a couple of chances to get this last thing at least like a few hours.
Yeah, if it's like a few hours worth, I mean, that's definitely fine.
It'll last 8 hours. It'll last until we wake up.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Worst thing we have to do, we're very rich adventurers. We can just pay for the rooms here just to be safe. Nothing happens. Not gonna break our
I'm
bank.
imagining that we're all asleep, and Julian, all you're gonna hear is Zeno screaming in night terrors
Oh god.
through the telepathy.
If one of you guys has like a bad dream or some shit.
Now you know how your patron feels all the time.
Zeno's going to be having night terror.
He's the one invoking those dreams.
Sure.
Okay, that's his fault.
And
I think.
then Julian is going to
He
have
knows when you
Paula
touch
saying,
yourself.
Num, 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 all snuggled up next to him. So Julian's not going to be having good sleep at all.
Yeah, you're getting terrible sleep.
Every time I have a wank, my patron's just like, "Oh god."
No, 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 no.
I don't want to see this.
No, don't do it.
Turn it off.
And the number of days would go without him completing the mission given to his patron. His patron's going to be like, so are you forgetting about what I've asked for? Here's repercussions.
Return. Reward.
God. We still haven't even found the thing that he wants us to free yet. I'm guessing that's in the underwater city. We'll get to it when we get to it.
Return, reward, punishment.
Punish. Stop touching yourself. God.
I just want to see that. Could you
Stop
just
watching
imagine?
me.
Because you're past that part in CR2. Could you just imagine Julian
What?
just waking up and having a mind flare just appear above him with like a blade?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's contemplating changing patrons, and he's like, "Oh, nothing bad's gonna happen, right?" I'm like, somebody's not watching Critical Role enough. But yeah,
I haven't watched a single. I think I tried watching the first episode, and I was bored, dude. I fell asleep in episode 2.
it's not for everyone.
Not for everyone, no. But what I will say is CR2 actually has a lot to deal with warlocks and patrons. So Tom being where he is has seen the majority of it.
No, I mean,
Gotcha.
it's not even a Matt Mercer thing. It's like literally just a warlock thing. If you make a bargain with an entity that powerful, right, and then you're like, actually, I changed my mind. Like, of course, there's gonna be consequence. Just how bad?
For sure.
For sure, for sure. If you say so.
I mean,
Yeah.
If he's
All right.
there are some campaigns that I've watched on YouTube.
Alright,
Well, not
I
really
gotta
watched, just listened
Yeah.
to. But
Later.
Critical Role just
Yeah.
wasn't one of them. I don't know why.
Yeah. Just a reminder, right? I know it's Right.
He left.
Well,
He's gone.
when I know, oh, he's gone. Fuck.
He's done.
I want to catch him before he go. He did want to do the whole thing with his druid thing, and I set up like 4 sessions going. I get it, we were busy. It's fine. He'll get there.
Yeah.
It's hard to squeeze everything we want to do into 4 hours. But we're crawling forward. We're crawling forward.
On one hand, it's like our inter-party RP, which I'm very happy for. That's what's mostly taking the time out of our session, which is fine. It's and you're saying, well, it's hard to do everything at once. It's just the party that didn't do, like you guys were like RPing, right? You didn't
We were
pursue
role-playing.
quests, yeah. So that takes time. So once you actually start doing the quests, hopefully you'll be going with momentum forward. But I mean, you guys achieved things this session. You got to witness some of the fighters and their tactics, and realizing that you're stronger than you thought.
I feel like we found out a ton this session, like a lot of good information, and then
Yeah.
just a lot of stuff like coming to light.
I feel like my campaign's a very low rich, but I'm trying not to overdo it, because then it's like confusing all over the place a little bit.
The only thing I'm worried about is like not so much with like the lore rich, but it's like, okay, you guys are RPing a lot. It's like, okay, well we can hurry it up. Like, let's go do the task. And we go to do the task and we find out there's a roadblock. They'd be like, oh, well, you didn't, ask around or you didn't do this. And I'm like, well,
What?
fuck.
No, I meant like inter-party RP. Like you guys are talking among each other as a party, and that's fine. I'm not discouraging you guys from doing that. I'm just saying that takes time, and that's why it might feel like quest-wise not a lot was done. But like you said, a lot was found out. I played 6 hours of D&D over this weekend, and my players told me that they had a lot of fun. We laughed our asses off. But in terms of like quests, we accomplished nothing in 6 hours, and I'm like, I agree. But, sometimes D&D is about just having fun. Good
Having
stuff.
fun with your friends, imaginary ones too.
Yeah. Talk to your spear.
Talk to the spear.
Fucking Reckham, my boy. Anyways, you're not here. You're not in Roll20. You don't know what I just did, so never mind. Just playing around with
Am I not? Oh,
no, you're logged out. I was playing around with
I thought I
my
closed.
Darkest Dungeon tokens. Anyways. Oh.
Well, I have notes. They're kind of all over the place, but if Megan wants them, shoot them over sometime.
Well, you were like, well, we should pursue quests because Megan's gonna miss them. Listen, if she misses anything, I can fill her in. We can fill her in, right? And it's also like I don't feel like 4 people should suffer because of 1 person. If say like two people couldn't make it, I'll be like, hey, you guys want to do like a 1 shot? If like 3 people could make it, I'll be like, you guys want to do a 2-person 1 shot? I would seldom cancel,
Yeah, I was just like, well, they didn't do this. Well, I mean, they did part of the Zahir quest, like doing it. I just didn't know if it deviated just because like it just naturally did that, or if they were like, well, Melina's not here, and blah blah blah. So let's go do something else.
Would you have done something different if you were here for that quest?
Are you asking about why last session happened the way it did? Is that what you're...
Yeah, I didn't know if it was because like I was missing a little bit, and then they were just like, oh.
I would say it's because one action led to another action, and the party just went with it, and as it sort of unfolded, we ended up at the bowl rather than really trying to figure out the Zahir guy.
Yeah.
So it happened naturally.
Really, what happened is you guys saw an open door and you were like, steal! Like, that's what happened.
Well,
you just went a little unga bunga and you're like, we need to go there.
One out of 5, okay? So it wasn't all of us.
Yeah, it sounds like a real Unga Bunga thing happened.
A little bit, which is fun because, I mean, listen, it did lead you to acquiring something precious and actually discovering something. I mean, I did leave that door open for a reason. He could have came back, closed it, like having remembered he didn't close it, and we could have went directly to the quest. But I mean, choices, consequences. I'm glad that we did the thing we did.
You knew what you were doing when you were like, "Oh, there's a little shiny thing over there." You knew exactly what you were doing, Tom.
Bro, I'm not playing your characters for you. Y'all are making your own choices. You chose to walk around the building and then ask what you're doing, and you're like, I don't associate myself with the party. And I was like, okay, well then watch as the party do what they want while you're watching them do what they want. That's when nobody takes lead, we have right lead. You know, that's what happens. But that's funny. I did talk to Riot about using wild shape for bird forms. He doesn't have that yet, so I didn't change anything in terms of session because the bird moment was epic, but going forward he won't have flying forms to level 8 and stuff. So that's what we said, like the whole monkey.
Pretty close, right?
What is?
Or did Riot multi-class level 8?
Next level he'll be level 8, yeah.
Or did he multi-class into something else?
Next level he'll be level 8.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why he was like the whole monkey bit and leaving monkey prints all over the apartment. I just asked him like, what sort of animal prints do you want me to leave all over the apartment, and he said monkey. I'm like, okay, cool. Nice desert monkey.
Desert monkey.
There are desert monkeys, macaques.
I hate them.
Okay.
I don't even know what a macaque is. It's stupid.
I declare war on a species.
I declare war on the macaques.
And like, I know Anthony wanted to talk to Isora, and I'm like sitting here like, well, I mean, like,
No, that
was yeah.
No, that isn't critical. I wanted to at least give you an idea of something I would like to do eventually, so that you can prepare, because it helps you better prepare. I'm totally okay with the way the sessions have unfolded and not talking to him. It's not.
I just felt like you were like talking to the one guy who was like, oh, you just take like werewolf vibes from this guy, and then it's like he turns out to be a crazy person. It's like, well, this is not what I expect. And I'm like, I feel like what you expected is a Soren, and I have stuff that are tied to that character. It's just that my concern is like, well, okay, so it's like Twilight now. It's been literally almost 24 hours since the ship arrived. How long can a crew unpack cargo from a ship before they go their separate ways? So now it will be a question of like, well, it's up to you to locate Isorin,
Gotcha.
That's all.
No, there was. It sounded like you said that there was disappointment in the crazy dude.
Yeah.
Is that what you said? No, not at all.
Milo.
I was trying to figure out Milo, see what he's all about. And maybe I'll try to help him if he's willing to be helped eventually. But it was me just there was no disappointment. It was me just trying to understand what's up with that dude. That's all.
Child of the wilds who has a soft heart for big beasts and lives in the sewers. It's more like an in for you with werewolves and an in for you to realize that there are sewers in the city.
Yeah. I caught that.
Yeah,
I definitely caught that. And one thing I was thinking is, if we ever come across that guy again or whatnot, perhaps that'd be a good in or lead to figuring out how to get into Calamaro. Maybe this person knows something about
calamari.
using calamari and
what was
using
it?
the sewers,
Chow. What was
Chow.
it? Crystal Chow. Calamari.
I'm never gonna let that go.
Fuck it.
That's just what it's called now. I'm never changing my
It's in the
pronunciation
Chitao.
again. The Corsican
Begins.
Ciao.
Chow.
Yo, have you ever
Who made
seen?
it a meme? It would have just been a mispronunciation.
Have you ever seen lightning
So-
during the day? Ka-chow.
I want to clarify something that when we were talking with Ao earlier, so I'm cleaning up my
What's up?
notes. Aloysia had said that she does not work with the Vermilion anymore. Correct?
Ao
Kinda,
Set-
but she also...
Ao, you asked like, have you interacted with Aloysia? And Ao said that that they haven't seen Aloysia since they've teleported with her to Ankara.
Yeah. It seemed like when I was like writing all this down, it said like she's not a part of the Vermilion Dream anymore. Like she had left. Yes, they don't know where she's at, but it sounded like she's not with the organization anymore. She might be maybe with the Sentinels, or maybe I was putting kind of like a little like plan together. I'm like, well, maybe the Vermilion Dream knew she had the scroll, botched it, and now the scroll, they got word, the Vermilion Dream, oh hey, there was a huge earthquake spell over on the other side. Hey Aloysia, you fucked up. you're gone.
Hmm.
They kicked her out, maybe. That's my take.
Yeah. The thing is, yeah.
That's what I think.
I was gonna say she did say that Aloysia wasn't really working with the Vermilion anymore, but then she did also say that Aloysia was like off working with her faction. Haven't seen her in a while. I thought we caught her in like a contradiction when she said that, but I didn't like bring the lie up to her face. I kind of just like kept it in the back of my mind.
Nobody ruled insight. And then again, how far does insight go in terms of like
Well, that's what I was gonna
truth
say.
detector? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't roll insight. Like, I should probably roll it more, but it's just like, is this person lying? It's like, just go with your gut feeling.
Well, if you
Unless there's like a dead,
whenever I say that to your insight, it means that you failed by 1 degree. I don't give you false information, but I don't give you the truth. I just tell you that whatever you feel is all you can go on. That's 1 degree failure. My rules sort of work where it's like if you're 5 away from a DC, those are degrees, right? You can have like 1 degree of success, 2 degrees of success, critical success, complete failure. That's what I mean by that. I don't mean like, fuck you, don't roll. You could have succeeded anyway. It just means that you rolled like 5 lower than you should have. Yeah. Because I don't want to be like, well, your character does not know anything. Because your character can have their own opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like stuff like that, I just use that for roleplay. Be like, I think this person's lying. So then I just roleplay into that. Be like, this is why I think they're lying.
Yeah. I have a character at my real table who does this thing that sort of, I tell him not to do it. Instead of like being like what my character feels about the situation, he rolls the dice to see what his character feels. And I was like, you choose.
Yeah.
Don't make it random. Like, what are you, Two-Face? Flipping a coin to see if you kill this guy?
Yeah.
Like, just you choose a feeling. How? Ask yourself that. Not like, how do I feel about this? 2, I'm horny. Like, that doesn't,
I like clicky clacky dice that make funny noise. Math numbers, math rocks.
I'm trying to teach you that you only roll, first of all, when you ask me, like, should I do something? And second of all, when you have a chance of success and failure, right? That's why I don't make you guys to roll a lot of times, because like what you're asking me is like, your character will be able to do this like without automatic success, or like this is impossible, right?
Yeah. With the insight, sometimes I just like you can use it. Like I don't like using it personally as a lie detector because, like I said, I just say like, do I believe this person? Yes or no. That's just like a basic like surface level for me. Like what I like to use insight for is like, you meet this like regal man and blah blah blah, and he says this and that, but his mannerisms are not quite the same as what a noble would do.
What are his true intentions? It's not so much like, is he lying? Like, no, but like you can tell that by his body language, by the way he dresses, by the way he presents himself, what is he trying to do? True intentions or like what is his next move? Is Ayo talking to you and clenching her fists? Is she being nervous? Is she holding a weapon behind her back? Is she like casting a spell as she's talking to you? That's insight.
Yeah, that's what I like to
or Arcana in
try
your
to
case.
remember. Yeah.
It's speech habits, mannerisms, everything you're familiar with a creature, right? But nobody ruled, so everybody can suspect whatever's going on here. I mean, like, right?
How do you spell Marinus' name? Side note.
Who?
Marinus.
Oh,
the guy with the Scarbearers leader.
Marinus. Though you're not in Roll 20, so Merinos.
Merinus.
Merinos. Yes.
Oh, OS. Okay.
Yeah, he is the like right hand to the leader of the Scarbearers, and owns a shop. I told this to Wright when he was looking for like magical tattoos. If he wants to use ruidium or any gemstones to sort of imbue tattoos on himself, for the sake of boosting his stats and stuff, I told him that the Scarbearers specialize in that. They monopolize that, and he has a place called the something Quill. I can probably look it up in the Discord, and just in case you're curious, because party knowledge is public knowledge.
That occultish type person, like who had like the tentacle and all the otherworldly stuff, what was their race?
Sorry, I just found the answer to my own question. What'd you say, Nick? Sorry?
What was the race of that occultish man who was in the purple flame?
Human.
Human? Okay, just want to
Human, yeah. just very, eldritch looking. He had like
Yeah.
scars over his body. His hands were like ruined over. Clearly a magic user, and doesn't seem to be from Moncarel either.
Yeah. I put a cultish man with said things, said features, and I want to make sure that it was
Yes.
a man and not someone
Man.
else.
Humanoid for sure. Man, yes. Man, there's nothing from behind. Like you spent like hours there. You saw him. Yeah. This tournament attracts all manner of people. I know the whole Groomsh thing might be a little bit like, oh, I didn't like the Cal Moreau get destroyed by Groomsh according to legend and all that. Freedom of religion a little bit, as long as you're not, killing people in his name and stuff. It's part of their identity. If you have any complaints, you could address them to Jamon Sword, Grand Emperor. It'd be interesting. Melina was like demonstrating her fiendish side, like wearing a little symbol or whatever.
Yeah, I wanted to do something different. I was like, you can do it in common, but let's spice it up. I have all these languages. That's the one thing. This is just me and my personal. Maybe it's a hot take, but like people are like, oh, you have all these languages you can speak and do all this and that, and it's like, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but it just seems like there's always like a really quick workaround to figure something out. I never have ever felt locked because someone didn't know a language or something.
As a DM, if your puzzle, dungeon, or whatever, or mystery depends entirely on a person not knowing a language, you have a bad puzzle.
I was gonna say, yeah.
If your anything is just roadblocked by this one thing, instead of being like, just give the players an opportunity to be creative, then you have a bad design. Prolix, this little nerdy guy, has comprehend language in his thing. It's an easy spell to acquire, first level, I think, even. That's not the hurl. I think language is more like a roleplay tool than anything. It's not something to block you.
Yeah.
In our campaign, nobody speaks Orcish, for example. We're playing a campaign around Phandalin right now. Not Lost Mines, because God, that's overplayed all shit. But another one. And they're facing orcs as bad guys. And every time I speak in Orcish, I speak in a different language, and I give it a very gruff sort of voice. But that's not so you don't understand what I'm saying, so you have this advantage on my against tactics against me. It's more just to immerse them, like like that way there's a language barrier, and maybe that's part of the conflict, and all that. But I do give them like sometimes like cool moments where like you hear the same word being repeated over and over again until you realize it's a name, so they can recognize that. Language, it's an RPing tool. I think it shouldn't be luck. Just luck for Melina. Although your choice of Abyssal over Infernal is interesting. Infernal is like, in my head, it's kind of like, beautiful, like this like Latin language, this ancient tongue, ancient at least, right? It's smooth and religious and all that. And then like you have like Abyssal, which is just like ape grunts,
Boo da 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 see ya.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Okay, very nice.
I can't identify. Oonga bunga.
Ooga booga.
Bunga, look for Unga.
Chill the
Ka-chow.
blood. Ka-chow.
Yeah. Meanwhile, like, fucking, you'll have Inferno, Domine no materis, like fucking ritualistic Latin shit. Rolling your eyes back shit.
Yeah. It just reminds me of the Ganados from Resident Evil 4.
I need to play the game. I don't know the reference.
Oh god, you're missing out. No, they speak Spanish, but sometimes they speak like Latin because they're part of a cult.
I miss Ivan. I'm excited he's joined the other one shot because I missed the fact that he used Spanish as one of his languages for his character.
Yeah.
That's cool. He was like, Celestial Spanish, I've decided. Yeah.
That's so cool.
So cool. I'll be just like Ivan when I grow up. I can't wait for you guys to like visit Gilmore so I can use my gay voice. Oh my god, you're here for a signature? Here you go, honey. Oh my god, I'm Gilmore. Yes, Gilmore is a very famous character from Critical Role, and he runs a magic shop here in Krill, and he's like
He's the
super flamboyant.
Gilmore's Mini Mart. He sells the magic items.
I would even go as far as to give you a little bit of tidbit if you're real curious, because you, Melina, would have heard about Shaw Gilmore. Shaw Gilmore is somewhat of a celebrity in the world. He's sort of like Mordenkainen, you know?
Oh, he's that big.
Yeah, he's that big. He's like global. He's known throughout history. He helped like defend the world from like a dragon invasion like 10, 15 years ago.
We're playing Dragonlance now?
Well, I mean, there was a whole dragon catharsis with Clovis Concord. Like, so, like Nia's character, the Dragonborn, her home was destroyed by these dragons. It's part of her character backstory. She was alive during that time when the Clovis Concord attacked. Wow. So Shaw Gilmore was one of the people who helped defend against it.
That's cool.
Yeah, Sean, not Shaw, but yes. Yeah, Sean Gilmore.
Sean.
He's like, it's not really spoilers. He's not really tied to the plot or anything. But like, this is what he looks like. Let me show you, just so you can look at him and be like, oh my god, yes, queen, yes, happy for ya, yeah. I love Sean Gilmore. He's one of my favorite characters.
Which one is him?
The darker skinned one.
Okay.
He's very much into.
Isn't he butt buddies with someone?
What?
Butt buddies.
Pretty positive.
I mean, I wouldn't call it that, but yes, he has a partner.
Butt buddies.
Can I just say
he's butt buddies with one of the what's his name, Vex, in season 1?
Yeah, he did have a crush on him for a while, but like then something happened to Vex and that couldn't continue, so he moved on. Yeah. It wasn't butt buddies within they had like
expression?
Yeah. Can I just say, did you ever play League of Legends?
Yeah.
Isn't this just like stupid sexy what's his name?
Akshan?
Akshan, yeah.
Who?
It's just stupid sexy Akshan. Akshan,
guy with he has that like Attack on Titan thing where he can just zip around.
Hold on, let me just show you.
This has to be a new character. I haven't played in a long time.
Well, I mean, if you haven't, yeah, it's just.
Yeah, it's a new character. I have no idea.
It's just stupid sexy Akshan.
Yeah.
That's funny. I love Akshan.
Now let's go check out the Rule 34 version.
No, I'm not pasting that. I'm not posting that. I'm gonna get demonetized.
As an Aurelian Soul player, this guy, every time I see him.
Yeah, well, that's your fault for playing Aurelian Soul, you fucking scrub.
I like him. He's good.
Yeah, and I too like Iron. I too like Iron League. Iron rank.
Hey,
yeah.
I'm platinum.
With how much you hate yourself? With Soul, you're platinum. Eesh.
He's like one of the only 4 characters I play.
Yes. I actually like Shaw Gilmore.
I completely butchered this dude's name when I wrote him. Wait, no, I didn't. It wasn't that bad. I spelled it with an O. It is with an O. No, I spelled it correctly. I'm so good.
Yeah, just Gilmore. He has his own like subclass of sorcerer that I really want to play. It's called Miracle Child, or Star Child, Miracle Child, something. I don't remember. Rune Child. That's the one. I want to try that subclass whenever I finally get to be a player. Sounds really fun.
You said he's a sorcerer?
Yes. He's a Rune Child.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get off now. Night, guys.
Yep.
Okay, goodbye.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off as well, but it's not gonna be a sudden one like Lorian here.
He just fucking like, hey guys, peace out, fuck you, I'm gone.
See ya.